All right, it's 6:31. We'll call the meeting to order. All council members are present. I have a motion for adoption of the agenda.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Kwok, seconded by Vice Mayor Dawson. Councilmember Kendall.
Aye.
Councilmember Geringer.
Aye.
Councilmember Kwok.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Dawson.
Aye.
And I'm an aye. So the agenda is adopted. We're on to item 4, public comments on items that are on the closed session agenda.
Members of the public wishing to speak to the council at this time on item 5A or B, you may raise your hand now. Mayor Anduri, I see no hands raised.
All right, in that case, we will go into closed session and we will return at 7 p.m. See you in closed session.
The city council is returning now. The meeting will resume momentarily.
I will stop the screen share now.
We are still waiting for Councilmember Geringer and Gina Dawson. Mayor, as soon as I see Councilmember Geringer, I will bring her in, but she has not appeared as yet.
Thank you. I think she was switching computers, so I hope that was successful.
And so do I.
All right, it's 7:09 p.m. We're out of closed session and back into open session. There was no reportable item in the closed session. So welcome everyone to our last virtual Zoom meeting. At least we hope it will be the last virtual Zoom meeting. We are on item number 6, public comments and opportunity to address the council on any item that's not on tonight's agenda.
Mayor, I do see 4 hands raised, or 3 hands raised. So the first person I will bring in will be Cheryl, followed by Jennifer Paul, followed by Kristen Altbaum.
Cheryl, welcome.
Hello, hi, thank you for taking my public comment. It's come to my awareness, or maybe it's just a rumor, that the GPAC workshop in March may not be virtual. I understand that GPAC meeting in general will be in person, but many of us believe that workshops should be hybrid or virtual in some way via Zoom to get the greatest amount of attendance. Is there a way to confirm that this meeting is hybrid or in some way virtual? If needed, with the approval of the council tonight, can you put this on the agenda? Many of us find this to be very important. This workshop and town halls, I believe, should be virtual. We need to be as inclusive as possible, and I think the council and staff would like as much input as possible from the public. Thank you.
Oops,
You're
sorry.
muted,
Questions
Carl.
for the speaker, Councilmember Candell.
I do. Hey, Cheryl, clarification. I think you're asking for workshops and town halls to be hybrid, not
Yes.
virtual, correct?
Oh,
Okay,
sorry,
hybrid,
hybrid.
yeah.
Hybrid,
Thank you. No problem. Just making sure.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next, Joanne. Or does anyone else have any questions for Cheryl? Okay. City Clerk Robbins.
Jennifer Paul is coming in now, followed by Kristen Altbaum. Ms. Paul, you'll need to unmute yourself. We will be able to hear you now, Jennifer, if you just want to speak. Okay, we're not hearing Miss Paul. Maybe if I could ask her to go back on.
City Clerk Robbins, you're now muted.
Do you want me to bring in Kristen Altbaum and see if Jennifer or Paul can figure out whatever her problem is?
Yes, please.
Okay, here she comes.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for all what you're doing. I haven't talked to any of you in a long, long time. And I caught wind of something today on LinkedIn that I wrote you about kind of late in the day, but I just wanted to have it be part of public record tonight. So I'm going to go ahead and read that letter. I became aware today of a Lafayette City job opening for a senior civil engineer at $119,000 to $157,000 per year plus benefits. And I saw elsewhere on LinkedIn that it was related to bike path planning. For very valid reasons, you guys are all really busy people. You're smart people. And you've been really concentrated on housing and such. You may not be aware that modern transportation planning is a completely different animal than it was 3 to 5 years ago. Almost every pedestrian, biker, driver carries a cell phone today. And there's a company called Street Light Data you may or may not be familiar with. It's a company headquartered in San Francisco that analyzes cell phone analytics in real time and can generate reports about congestion bottlenecks, number of cars, origin of cars, number of bicycle and pedestrians, et cetera. They can do this all in just minutes. To contrast that, this type of data takes months for an engineer to gather using conventional methods. Streetlight analytics have informed priorities for dozens of municipalities all over the Bay Area and hundreds, if not thousands, in the country, in combination with transportation consulting firms that use data to make recommendations on capital projects. Winning contractors can help with grant proposals. My point is this: there are very convincing reasons to shrink city payrolls and outsource transportation planning to the highest degree possible. It may save considerable money. So a year subscription with Streetlight is $25,000 for a city Lafayette size. And a transportation consulting firm like Fear and Peers, who is used to working with Streetlight for other municipalities, recently Walnut Creek, is likely $50,000 for holistic citywide plan. So that's $75,000 one-time expenditure in lieu of a $150,000 salary job that renews every year that the employee stays employed. Best of all, using citywide data analytics to inform capital improvements discourages public scrutiny and encourages trust. I ask you, council, to talk to other municipalities who have used Streetlight and other outside transportation ahead of hiring more staff.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for Ms. Altbaum? Okay, thank you very much.
Jennifer was going to join us again here.
Yep.
Hi, good evening. Sorry about that.
Oh, welcome.
Thank you. I look forward to the meetings being in person, where there's no technical difficulties. Just a few quick comments. Two things I want to say. One, unfortunately, I've been following the La Miranda action plan, and on February 15th, the city did not notice the meeting. So I was unaware that it had occurred. So I do believe that we probably have to have a redo of that meeting so that we can move ahead with the March 6th draft that we're going to be doing for CCTA. So that's just an important piece that I'd like to bring up. The other thing is that when we do get back in person, I really would respectfully suggest that we start saying the Pledge of Allegiance again. I really do miss that as part of our city council meetings. Thank you.
Okay, are there questions for Ms. Paul? Councilmember Geringer.
Hi, Ms. Paul. Which meeting on February?
February
For
15th,
what body?
the LPMC meeting.
Okay.
It was unfortunately not noticed at the city level.
I'm going to confirm this, but I don't think that there actually was a meeting on February 15th, but I will confirm that. But thank you.
So sure, thank you. Mhm.
Okay, Councilmember Kendall.
That was my same question.
Oh, okay. All right. Any other questions for Ms. Paul? And Ms. Paul, the Pledge of Allegiance will be back.
Oh, thank you very much. Good to know. Thank you.
Okay, no
Okay.
other commenters at this time, Mayor Endery. Did you hear me? No other commenters at this
Oh,
time?
no. Okay, I didn't pick that up. Thank you very much. Okay, so we are now on to item 7A. As part of our celebration of 175 plus years of Lafayette history. We have been hearing the first meeting of each month, and now it'll be the second meeting in February from Mary McCosker, President of the Lafayette Historical Society. So I will turn the meeting over to Mary. Welcome, Mary.
Well, I'm back to give it a try again. Thanks for inviting me. Okay. Okay, can you see it?
Yes.
Yes, but we're seeing your notes and the other slides. Is it possible to go to?
I can. Yeah, I can take them away. Maybe. What do you see now, folks?
Yeah,
Oh,
there
now
it
you
goes.
got it. Oh,
Nope.
you were just there.
Well,
But
Okay.
why don't you go ahead? We can see the main slide in the middle of the screen. That's-
okay. Now, is that any better, or are you still seeing my notes?
I don't see the notes. We see
Okay.
the next slides on the left. But
Okay,
the
say a
main
little-
slide is large in the middle. So
All right, well, just say a prayer here. Here we go. So, rancho is a Spanish word that has many meanings, but most refer to a place where people gather. During the Spanish and Mexican periods in the Americas, it became associated with a place for raising cattle and other livestock. In Spanish and Mexican California, a rancho was a cattle farm. In the late 1700s, Spanish explorers had come to the Americas and claimed land for the kings and queens of Spain, land which belonged to the native people. The Spanish established missions, presidios or forts, towns, and ranchos, which were built and run with native Indian labor. The Spanish wished to eliminate what they saw as heathenism among the native people, replacing it with Catholicism. The natives were baptized at the missions. In the years between 1769 and 1834, 81,000 natives were baptized. Many natives died from diseases brought by the Spanish, as well as from their cruel treatment. Natives who tried to escape from the missions were caught and punished. The Spanish occupation of native lands destroyed the way of life the native people had existed for thousands of years. The Spanish government gave land grants in Alta California. The land grants gave the right to Spanish settlers to occupy the land and grazing rights for cattle, but the land remained the property of the Spanish crown. Ranchos were often thousands of acres of land. During the Spanish period, the purpose of the ranchos was to raise livestock and provide food for the presidios of San Diego, Monterey, San Francisco, and Santa Barbara. After Mexican independence from Spain, the ranchos provided a livelihood for those people who owned and worked on the ranchos. Over the years, raising cattle and other livestock became the main activity in Alta California and created the rancho economy, the buying and selling of products made from cattle. Ranchero was a title given to people who had been loyal to Spain and had shown that they were able to successfully farm the land. The first rancheros were soldiers who had come to the region as early as 1769. Others were settlers whose families had come to Alta California in the 1770s with Juan Bautista de Anza.
Mary, we're still on the first slide. Did you mean to be advancing the slides?
Yeah. Good God. Suzanne, where are you? This is crazy. I apologize. I don't know what to tell you.
Mary, if you would like, I could
Yep.
screen share
Go
for
ahead.
you.
Yep, go ahead. That was what we decided we could do in an emergency. So
All
please
right,
feel
so
free.
If you want to unscreen share, I will share your presentation and then you can tell me when to advance it.
Okay, so how do I unscreen share?
I can actually maybe do that for you as
Oh,
well.
stop sharing? Okay,
Yes.
I'll stop it. Apologize, you guys. This works great with third grades. Okay, so we've done that one.
Okay, give me a moment.
Want me to go back to the very beginning? Where do you want me to go to?
Tell me which slide you would like to be on.
Oh, well, what is the council? What would they like?
Well, just if you could go through the slides that we know what you said, just go through the slides that bring one by one to brings us.
Okay,
to
so
where
stay
you-
there, Suzanne. Okay, so here we are in the late 1700s. These are the 21 California missions that were built up the coast of California. And the natives were baptized into the Catholic Church because they were considered heathens. So a lot of them, 81,000 natives were baptized. Many natives died at the missions because the Spanish had brought diseases and also the natives had been treated cruelly. So the Spanish occupation destroyed the way of life of the native people, which had existed for thousands of years. Okay, Suzanne. The Spanish government gave land grants in Alta California. The land grants gave the right to Spanish settlers to occupy the land and grazing rights for cattle, but the land remained the property of the Spanish crown. Ranchos were often thousands of acres. Okay. During the Spanish period, the purpose of the ranchos was to raise livestock and provide food for the presidios or military forts of San Diego, Monterey, San Francisco, and Santa Barbara. After Mexican independence from Spain, the ranchos provided a livelihood for the people who owned and worked on the ranchos. Over the years, raising cattle and other livestock became the main activity in Alta California and created the rancho economy, the buying and selling of products made from cattle. Okay. Ranchero was a title given to people who had been loyal to Spain and had shown that they were able to successfully farm the land. The first rancheros were soldiers who had come to the region as early as 1769. Others were settlers whose families had come to Alta California in the 1770s. After Mexican independence, they called themselves Californios because they felt closely connected to the land of California. Okay. Besides meat, cattle provided hides that could be converted into many products. Leather goods such as saddles and ropes were very important for the frontier life in Alta California. The dried hides were loaded into carts and taken to ports to meet sailing ships. Okay, after the hides were dried, they were folded and stored. The ships would take hides to be sold in cities like Boston, New York, and Philadelphia to make shoes, boots, belts, and other leather articles. Besides meat and hides, fat from the cattle was melted into tallow for making soap and candles. Because hides and tallow were so valuable, the hide and tallow trade became a very important part of the rancho economy. In 1821, Mexico won its independence from Spain, and the land came under the control of the Mexican government, and the Californios were given ownership of the land. New laws were passed that allowed foreigners to acquire land, but the laws favored Mexican citizens. In 1833, the Mexican government secularized all the missions and took away the land from the Catholic Church. It was mainly the Californios who requested lands under the new laws. Although the native people had been promised that their lands would be returned to them, only a small number of Bay Area tribes ever received land, but later lost it to the new American settlers through lawsuits. Each rancho required a staff of workers to operate it. Native Indians maintained the household, cleaning, sewing, and working in the kitchens. Depending on the types of crops grown on the rancho, there were workers in the vineyards and orchards, and in the fields where corn and wheat were grown. Although life on the rancho involved much hard work, there was also time for entertaining and socializing. Rancho dwellers enjoyed singing, dancing, playing cards, and telling stories. A very popular form of entertainment was the fandango, a dance with its origins in Spain. In Alta California and Mexico, the word fandango could also refer to a party where people danced together. Men and women would dress in their finest clothes to dance all sorts of dances, including the Jota Vieja and the Contradanza. Wealthy rancho families often organized fandangos that would last late into the night. In the beginning, most rancho houses were simple huts of earth, grass, and branches and reeds. As the ranchos grew, their owners built homes of adobe or wood. These homes were low one-story buildings, though larger and wealthier families would sometimes build two-story buildings. Most homes had an inner patio or courtyard where family activities would take place, as well as an outdoor kitchen for preparing and cooking meals. The Alta California rancho houses would later inspire the home style throughout the Western United States known as the ranch style house. Over a period of nearly 60 years, the Spanish and Mexican governments made about 500 land grants for ranchos in California. Of these, only about 30 were during the Spanish period, 1769 to 1822, while most came about during the Mexican era, 1822 to 1848. Some women also received land grants. One of the adobes built in the La Miranda area was the Moraga adobe of Joaquin Moraga, built in 1841 on the Rancho de los Palos Colorados. The restoration of this adobe is currently taking place to return it to what it looked like in the past. The Bernal adobe may have been built by Candelario Valencia when he was the owner of Rancho Acalanes. When Elam Brown purchased Rancho Acalanes in 1846, he became the owner of this building. He sold this piece of land with the adobe on it to Peter Thompson, a blacksmith, in 1880. The building, which was located on Happy Valley Road, was badly damaged in the earthquake of 1906 and was torn down. The era of the California ranchos ended shortly after the Mexican-American War in 1848 and after the gold rush in 49, which had brought many new people to California. When California became part of the United States in 1850, rancho owners needed to prove to the United States government that the land belonged to them. They had to hire lawyers to defend their property and ended up having to sell their land to pay these expenses that most could not afford. By the end of the 1860s, most of the ranchos in California had been broken up and sold to new owners. All right. Stay tuned next time for the Pioneers, hopefully in a better format.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Does any member of the council have a question for Mary? And then I'm going to open it to the public too for questions or comments. So any questions on what you've heard? All right. City Clerk Robbins, can you see if any member of the public has a question for Mary?
Certainly. If any member of the public would like to ask a question on item 7A and Mary McCosker, please raise your virtual hand now. The icon is at the bottom of your screen. Mayor, there are no hands raised.
All right. Well, Mary, thank you again. We really appreciate you doing this, and we look forward 2 weeks to see you in person.
Yes, and then we will just avoid all this technical stuff.
Yeah.
Sorry, can't figure out why.
Thank
you very much.
Thank you. Thanks for
Great
having me.
presentation.
Thanks, Mary.
Okay, we're on to item 7B. Tracy.
Tracy's coming in now. Looks like we lost Gina for a moment. She's coming back as well. And I think Nicole should be here. Nicole, if you're here, would you raise your hand? There she is. Nicole is coming in.
There she is.
You should have everyone there.
Yes, so members of the council, I want to introduce you to Nicole Zittel. Nicole is our newest assistant planner. She recently moved to the Bay Area from San Luis Obispo, and she is ecstatic to be part of the City of Lafayette's planning department, as well she should. At Cal Poly San Luis Obispo, she studied environmental earth and soil science as an undergrad student and city and regional planning as a grad student. And she is passionate about the conservation of natural open spaces and climate action planning. In her free time, Nicole loves to go on nature walks with her husband and hang out in coffee shops. And we are very excited to have Nicole on board.
Okay, Nicole, welcome. Would you like to say something?
Yeah, thank you so much, Tracy, for that great introduction. And it's so great to see all of you and meet all of you. And I'm really looking forward to continuing my work in the planning department and seeing you all in person for in-person meetings in the future.
Okay, well, welcome again. We look forward to working with you.
Thank you.
City Clerk Robbins, can you bring in the Public Art Committee?
I can. If they would raise their hands now, they'll pop up to the top of the list and I can let them in. Jenny Rosen, Yuki Fujimoto, Janice Peacock, and Patrick Dunn. And I think that should do it.
Okay, well, I've been looking forward to this. The Public Art Committee is a very active committee. So I will turn it over to, our chair is not here. Jenny, will you take the lead?
Sure. Thank you very much. And on behalf of the Public Art Committee, thanks for inviting us back to talk about the accomplishments and goals for next year. Tonight we have Patrick Dunn, who's the vice chair, and he'll be presenting a brief PowerPoint presentation on our accomplishments and goals for the future.
Thanks, Jenny. Pleasure to meet you all. Let me just see if I can share my screen. 1 second. All right, can you see it? Great. Okay. Okay. So just looking at 2022-23 annual accomplishments and goals from the Public Art Committee. So first of all, looking at 22 accomplishments. Are the slides proceeding? Just want to check that first.
Yes.
You can see it. Okay, great. So I'll just run through this. Number one accomplishment, created the photographic catalog of the collection. We also updated the list of preferred artists, which is helping provide a resource for the development applicants. We also established public art committee, a public art committee member liaison program. We did a couple of public art development requirement projects. We also installed a public art display at the library. We exhibited the work of 7 local artists in 3 shows at Lafayette Library and Learning Center. We did four shows at the town hall. We also formed 2 subcommittees, one for murals and the other for the public art plan. And we'll have a look at those in a minute. We collaborated with the local historical society on the 175th anniversary utility wrap project. You've probably seen that on some of the electrical utility boxes in the town, right? Where the artwork that we're putting up there is some representations of old photography and images from the historical society. We also drafted an update of the public art plan. Okay, so just jumping into some images, just confirming that the slides are proceeding. So some of the exhibitions that you've probably seen, you can see them on the screen yourself, including some art displays at the library from some artists. This year we're featuring some work by, given what's happening in the Ukraine, some quite interesting and relevant art from that region as well, from an artist from that region. We also Erling also sourced the new display case for the library. Really high quality display case. It's not, it's expected to withstand a lot of wear and tear, and I think it's a good investment for the future for showing exhibits over the next many years. Really high quality display. Shown here, you can see some of the art exhibits and collections that have already been presented utilizing that new art display. And yeah, public art, some images here, one from Joe Bologna on Brown Avenue in Diablo, another one here from JP Long on down Lafayette Circle. So looking at current work, one of the more active projects, significant projects, is the murals that we're looking at. We've formed a mural subcommittee, and that committee has over the last few months has been developing the project, looking at the proposals. A lot of subcomponents to this, including walking the streets and identifying appropriate kind of candidate locations, both on public and private property that represent potential canvases for some of this mural work that we will be potentially looking at. Also selecting a mural consultant. There's a lot of details, a lot more detail than I think any of us realize with respect to how to do this in the correct way, right? Making sure that we have there is expertise that we are bringing in. I was personally quite impressed with the process of diligence that we went through in order to select a consultant. We went through a lot of references from both artists as well as from different councils from different towns in order to identify the optimal individual and team to support that. And I think we're in a good place now with our consultant selection. Next steps on that obviously is seeking approval, just to make sure that we get everything going in the right direction for that, especially with respect to any requests for ordinance changes. Obviously we have to develop the full proposal. We're also making sure that we get a visual on what it's going to look like, or any of these things are going to look like before they are applied, right? So there's a lot of consideration going into making sure that we are doing this in the right way, as well as making sure that we build a lot of support and consensus for this. Moving into this year and next year, future goals. List of tasks that we're looking at, including updating the labels. There's obviously wear and tear that needs to be resolved with respect to the labeling of artwork at the library and the learning center. Same with cleaning and maintenance, making sure that everything is looking up to, looking presented in with its full potential as it should be. So showing the art some respect with respect to making sure it's maintained and displayed correctly. There's a request for looking at revising the Lafayette Municipal Code to eliminate the sunset clause. Also revising the state density bonus ordinance to establish a minimum public art requirement. Looking at exploring more funding alternatives, including partnerships and looking at grants, to try and increase the amount of available resource to support this activity in the city. We're also looking at expanding the mission of the Public Art Committee beyond the current scope of just curating and advising City Council on gifts and acquisitions of art, as well as reviewing public art proposals from development projects with a public art requirement. On the topic of expanding the mission, so the current mandate, and I'll just go through this line by line, but the current mandate is, includes exhibiting work of local artists, managing the 1% art requirement process, which is part of the potentially part of the below ask, making requirements to City Council regarding gifts and acquisitions of art. The new vision for arts programming, what we're looking at doing is promotion of both visual and performance public art, both permanent and temporary. I think part of the catch with the current setup is that it's really some of the terminology constrains it to more kind of a permanent centric art, whereas what we're looking to do is potentially change some of that terminology to open it up and to also allow us to look at curating and expressing temporary art pieces. We're also looking at a single event or piece, a series of installations or events, or maybe part of something that's evolving or enhanced over time, essentially. The goal of all of this is to add a sense of discovery and vibrancy to the town, create kind of locations and destinations that help kind of elevate the economic viability of our beautiful town, and make art more pervasive, right? Make art part of everyday life in this town. It should be. We live in one of the coolest, most progressive parts in the world. It's absolutely wonderful to see more art present in Lafayette. So examples of that include the mural program, the commissioning of so like we said, moving beyond permanent and enabling the commissioning of temporary art events, which can include anything from poetry, dance, music, sound performances, and also of course facilitating walking tours, guided tours, and opportunities for folks to see some of this in a more structured way when appropriate. So I think the one significant ask here is appealing to the City Council to authorize drafting a revised city arts plan, right, and preparing revisions to the LMC to reflect that expanded mission, specifically exploring the LMC Chapter 626 public art to include the temporary works of art. There's, again, like I said, there's some verbiage in the system that is creating a little bit of a blocker or conflict, I should say. I'll let just some folks on the call with who have more of the kind of formal kind of legal context here can provide a little bit more detail on that if necessary. But at a very high level, the highest level, at a high level, the main issue is the verbiage constraining creative expression to permanent, and that's one of the things that we'll be looking to resolve here as we move forward. So, okay. Any questions?
Okay, are there, well, Patrick and Jenny, can you stop the screen share?
Yeah.
All right, we'll take questions from the council, then we'll take questions and comments from the public and then come back to the council. But one thing I do want to mention, a number of the things that Patrick has discussed, including the request to expand the mission and the changing the ordinance, the Public Art Committee has worked in collaboration with the city attorney and has been advised by the city attorney on that. And the primary bit of advice is that the 1% that comes from development can only be spent on permanent art. So that makes it a little bit complicated it makes it impossible to fund, but it also makes it a little bit complicated to change the city ordinance. As Patrick said, the Public Art Committee is asking the council to broaden the scope of what the Public Art Committee does, and then we'll need some changes in the ordinance as well. So questions from the council? Councilmember Geringer.
So first of all, thank you very much. And just so many outward and visible signs of all the wonderful work that you do around town. And many of them you featured in your PowerPoint, and we see many of them. And kudos to everyone who's worked on the wraps around our utility boxes around town. I've only gotten to a few of them, but have learned some information. I meant to thank Mary McCosker for her part as well. So maybe, Mayor, this is a question for you, but so tonight, in parts of this, I read that the commission would work on a proposal and work with the city attorney and come back. And then in the recommendation, I read that we're voting tonight if we choose. I guess, what are the actual steps in the process?
Yep. Well, one of the discrete items that Patrick talked about was the mural program. The mural program itself requires a change in the ordinance because it is temporary art. And there are several steps in that. The Public Art Committee hopes to come back to the council in a meeting in March to get preliminary approval that the Public Art Committee is heading in the right direction in terms of a mural program. If the council says yes or gives advice on a different way to go, then the mural subcommittee will continue to develop the program and come back to the council then with a proposal for approval by the council. So that's murals. In terms of the scope, yes, the Public Art Committee is looking this evening for the council to approve the expansion of its mission. If the council would prefer to defer that to a future meeting, have more time to think about it, that would be fine, but that is the request for this evening. And I think the reasons for doing that were very well set out in the PowerPoint that you saw. The things that can be done once the mission is expanded, and the reason for expanding it. So yes, we're looking for that tonight, but obviously if you'd like to think about some more, that's fine.
Okay, so may I ask one more question?
Sure.
So the part where Mala just said that the 1% can only be done, and I read the whole staff report, and thank you for the PowerPoint presentation, but then you were just saying that Mala has confirmed that the 1% of the public art dollars out of the fees can only be used, and the ordinance can't be changed. So is that correct?
In order to change the public arts mission, you would be directing the Public Art Committee and the city attorney to work on the change that then would come back to the council. So the ordinance itself needs to be changed in order to broaden the scope and to define these funding mechanisms.
Thanks. Yeah, I mean, I do understand that, but what I heard, so in the staff report, it says the committee is going to go and talk, and maybe they've done that since the staff report was originally written, and what's presented in the PowerPoint is the most current. But what I just heard you say or Mala say is that can the ordinance be rewritten to change what the 1% does? And Mala?
Oh, no, it can't, but
okay.
That's
so that's
I'll
and so
defer to the city attorney. No, but no, the 1%.
Maybe I should wait until we start discussing, because
the 1% from the developers has to be spent on permanent art, but I'll the attorney to confirm.
Yes, if I could give some background, the ordinance was created initially to require a fee of developers, and the fee is how I would describe is requiring certain development standards. And so developers either provide that development standard, which in this case is art, on their property, or they have the ability to pay an in lieu fee. And so we created an ordinance to deal with this, the requirement and the in lieu fee, and it created a public art commission in order to deal with the fee. As you've just heard, there's a desire to expand the duties of the commission, and by expanding the duties of the commission, it will also require an additional funding source, because that fee cannot be used for anything that's temporary. So that is the so we can change the ordinance and we can expand the duties and say they'd still be responsible for managing the fee, but the fee has to be used in a certain capacity. And so this expansion of duties is going to need a different funding source.
Thank you. That was very helpful. And probably the second part of my question was the other funding source. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Candell.
Yes, again, great presentation, and just appreciate this commission so much. And you've been really busy. It's been great. The couple of questions. This is part for staff for Narup. Is putting in these updates to this ordinance, is that on our work plan, or do we have to add it to our work plan if we go forward?
The Public Art Committee falls under the Administrative Services Department, and the department work plan does include some updates to the code.
Okay, great. So I have like two more. Could this or would this be part of the GPAC process? Like, because they're updating our general plan. Does it relate to that at all, or no?
Very indirectly, Council Member Candell, I think it can be a standalone document. There is already a public art master plan, and there is a code section that describes the duties of the Public Art Commission. So those two documents can be updated independent of the general plan.
Sounds great. And then final question, this is a Mala question. They're asking to add funding to our state density bonus ordinance. that's different than our 1% developer fees. This is outside of that, right? And so adding it to that, can we do that? And do we have to do a nexus study to do that?
I think Councilmember Kendall, and please correct me if I misunderstood it, the desire is to remove the ability to waive payment of that in lieu fee. That is an option right now in the ordinance.
Okay, that's not what's in here. Thank you. That's a good clarification. They just want to be able to take away of the in lieu fee.
Yeah,
The waiver of the fee, I believe.
The price, right?
Yeah.
It shouldn't have referred to state density bonus. I think it's
it's just our own ordinance, right? Or is it in the inclusionary ordinance?
I think again, correct me, I think in the inclusionary ordinance, we list potential waivers, and one of them may be waiving the art in lieu fee. And Jenny, correct me if I'm not wrong, but I think the desire is to remove that language from our density bonus ordinance.
To remove the waiver and allow for a minimum requirement that would be $25,000 or 0.01%.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, seeing none, we'll open it to the public for questions and comments.
If any member of the public would like to address the council on item 7C, Public Art Committee presentation, please raise your hand now. There are no hands raised, Mayor Onduri.
Okay, thank you. So we'll bring it back to the council. Are there comments? How would you like to proceed? Anyone? Councilmember Geringer.
So I want to take the part of the expanding, and so very supportive of moving forward with looking at it, but I understand that's not what we're being asked to do tonight. We're being asked to say, yes, we approve. I mean, or maybe I should clarify that. But I am, when they're coming back in May to then talk about what that would look like, a work plan for changing those ordinances along with a cost related to what the increase in cost would be for expanding and where the other funding sources would be. Or I guess I'm still a little torn on, and pardon, not a pun intended, but the abstract sort of what we're being asked to approve tonight in terms of the nuts and bolts and costs and all that.
Okay, my understanding is you're being asked to authorize the Public Art Committee to move forward with its 2023 plan on the assumption that its scope has been expanded, and to ask the city's attorney to prepare revisions to the municipal code that allow for that expansion. Because right now, the ordinance has specific duties of the Public Art Committee. Okay, Councilmember Geringer. Sorry, Kendall.
Very similar. I think I can't approve the expansion of the duties without knowing how much that's going to cost, right? Just at least having a ballpark, of what that expansion would cost us. So I would be uncomfortable with saying yes or no on the expansion until I know the cost. It doesn't mean that I'm not going to approve it. I just would like to know what the cost is going to be.
Yeah, well, let me take it from a different perspective. It's difficult to start estimating cost when you don't have the authority to do anything. So
you could. Oh, come on, that's not true.
Oh,
I bet they have an idea.
No. What the Public Art Committee is asking is that it be allowed to consider that its scope be expanded, that it be able to work with temporary. There may be activities that require no cost. They would, before the Public Art Committee could do anything that would require additional funding, it would need to come to you to ask for that funding. So you're going to have a chance to approve anything that would require funds.
I totally appreciate that and understand that completely. But I think they've got an idea in their head of what they want to do, right? And if they had the chance to implement what they would want to do, what would that kind of look like? So a little more definition of what their expansion, because I know these people are so creative. They can put these ideas out. We asked the same thing of our diversity, equity, and belonging group too, to kind of give us an estimate of what they thought they would need for us to support them. So I would like that.
Okay, other council members have thoughts on that? Vice Mayor Dawson.
I can understand where Councilmember Candela and Geringer are coming from, that what they're looking for, it sounds to me, is maybe if we authorize something, it's more the, what that looks like to come back to us. What does that expansion look like, and how will that be? Like their project plan for expansion, so to speak. Project isn't a good word for it, but basically what that looks like, so we can see the steps that are involved in the potential expense. Because I would also wonder with Jenny's time, if we can apply that, if her salary basically is paid out of that 1%, if we would be able to apply that to this work or not. Like how do we look at that? Put it that way. So I think we need a little bit more steps it sounds like, to have that comfort to authorize it. That being said, I personally think, I see where the PAC is coming from and appreciate that, because art is so many things besides this permanent nature. So I can understand the intention and would like to support that, but would want to better understand that.
Okay, Councilmember Kwok.
I'm supportive of a wider mission that includes more than just permanent art, temporary art, other types of art. And I'm thankful and grateful that the PAC is willing to exert their time and energies and creativity to enrich our city in that fashion. So I actually see it in like giving the group a wider mission, but then the budget is zero at this moment. You have a wider mission with the budget equals zero. I have no problem with that. And like every other commission that would operate under our jurisdiction, you come to us and request your budget each year for approval. And if you can raise your own funding to create the art, even better. But I actually don't see that there's a financial risk here in just expanding the mission. And I think that still the annual budgets are set through our usual processes. And so we can, I sort of see this as two unrelated things, that we can expand the mission. And to me, there's not a budget consequence tied to that.
Okay, obviously, I'm with Councilmember Kwok on that. That's exactly the way that I feel. That we expand the scope and then we put in place the ordinance that allows that, and then it's a budget issue each year. So I will, just to keep things moving here, I will ask for a motion that we, I move the adoption of the staff. Well, I won't move. I'll ask for somebody to move the adoption of the recommendation in the staff report, which basically is to authorize expansion of the mission and to ask the city attorney to draft revisions to the municipal code, which of course would come back to us.
So just to clarify, it's not, we would still vote on that change in a future meeting.
Correct. You have to vote on changing the ordinance, which is the only way we can change the mission. So we're authorizing that move forward.
Okay, I'm happy to make that motion to expand the mission of the Public Art Committee per the staff report, and have that written and drafted for a future meeting to review and approve at that time.
I would second that, as Councilmember Kwok has recorded.
Okay, is there any further discussion before we vote?
So
Candel.
so you are, I just make clear that all three, it sounds like all three of you are saying that you are going to expand it, but with zero budget and no estimate of a budget. And that's what the motion is.
Yeah, basically take from Councilmember Buck moved the staff recommendation, which is authorizing drafting a revised city arts plan, expanding the mission to include what you heard, temporary art, basically, and performance art, and then drafting revisions to the municipal code. So basically, the motion moves that forward, and then all that will come back to you.
And Councilmember Candel, I did like the way Councilmember Kwok worded that, and Mayor Andori seconded with the authorized drafting expansion, so that we can see that, what that looks like, and we'll be able to review that.
So,
Good.
Councilmember
go ahead,
Ganger.
Sue.
No, go ahead.
So, Councilmember Kwok, could you restate the motion? Because I think that even if, well, anyway, would you please restate it, and then I'll comment on why I'm still struggling with this. And I see what's it. Go ahead, Mayor.
Well, just to simplify, Councilmember Kwok, are you happy with looking at the recommendation? Number 2, are you happy with that wording? Because if so, I'd ask you to basically move that portion of the staff recommendation.
Sorry, so I'll read it. It's just the paragraph in the staff report, right?
It's in the
So that's a
agenda.
change.
It's the agenda.
But that's a change from the pieces that he added on with the assumption that, or understanding that. So,
okay.
So it's different than the motion on the floor.
Okay, I'm asking, I understood them to be the same. I'm trying to clarify with Councilmember.
Let me go look at the item number then. If I was looking at the staff report, so let's see what the
recommendation was changed between the staff report and the agenda to try to make it clarify it.
So which one are we looking at then? I'm looking at the staff report.
We're looking at the agenda.
7C.
Oh, okay.
The recommendation in the agenda.
Okay, according to the agenda, I'll just read this. Authorizes the drafting a revised city arts plan expanding the Public Art Committee's mission to include promotion of both visual public art and performance public art, whether permanent or temporary, a single event or piece, a series of installation or events, or part of an ongoing process enhanced over time, and draft revisions to the Lafayette Municipal Code to reflect the expanded mission. I think what I added on was that to bring that, maybe this is obvious, but when you draft the revisions to the Lafayette Municipal Code, it will need to be brought before this body in the future to be voted on and formalized. So we haven't done anything yet. We're just asking for it to be drafted and represented to us.
Correct.
So I'm happy to read that as is and propose it as is, because the intent to me is still like we're not approving it today. We're approving it to be drafted, to be voted on at a future meeting.
Correct. And Vice Mayor Dawson, will you second that motion?
I will second that as written on the agenda, because I can see for me personally, that hangout was just authorizing, without that draft piece. So I like that the agenda included the drafting part. So it just assumes it will come back.
Yeah. Okay. Any City Attorney Subramani,
I just wanted to clarify the process, because I think there was some discussion of how it comes back. An ordinance requires you to have a first reading and an introduction. So we would prepare a draft of that introductory ordinance. You'd review it. You could make edits to it. And then it also comes back again for a second reading and adoption. So, and then it doesn't take effect until 30 days after that second reading and adoption. So there is a process, and once you see it, you can revise it as well.
Yeah, but again, nothing happens until the city attorney prepares the revisions. Okay, any further comments or questions?
Yeah.
Okay, Councilmember Kendall.
Thank you. I like the wording in the agenda far better than the other wording. But I hope that they would bring, when they bring it back, please bring back a swag of your work plan and possible budget.
Okay. Councilmember Geringer.
So I am going to vote to move this forward, but I'm still very uncomfortable with doing these recommendations, because what we are doing is we are expending dollars. We are spending money right now in staff time to go forward. And so we are voting tonight to basically expand this. I'm very supportive of all of the temporary art and all of those things, but also we have a responsibility to look at how this fits in our overall staffing, bandwidth, our budget, and all of those things going forward. And so, and the PowerPoint presentation and the staff report and getting to where we are tonight with what we're actually voting on the agenda was not all tied together. And normally we don't do these kinds of big decisions under the presentation category. And so I'm going to vote yes, but I do feel very uncomfortable because we're setting expectations. We can say that we have zero budget, but I know for me personally that once we go forward with this, it's going to be very hard to not say, okay, we want to try and find these dollars. And as Mala pointed out, it has to be another funding source. And so this is more a fiscal sort of how we actually do business discussion for me than it is about whether or not I support the other arts elements that are requested in this. So thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Kendall.
Very well said, Councilmember Geringer. And can we bring back just the muni changes that are there's two pieces of this kind of, right? And so if we could bring it back to us in two pieces. One is the expanded role and the other one is the changes to the code that are like taking out the in lieu fees in our inclusionary ordinance, that kind of thing. If you could try to separate those two out.
I'll ask the city attorney. I don't believe those are separable given the way the municipal code is written now.
Oh, I took the motion on the floor as to only be the expansion of duties for the commission. And so it would be a separate motion on the art in lieu fee, because I think that's a separate issue and it is in a separate place. I do want to, if that is the desire of the council, I would also want to follow up with a little bit more research as to SB 330 and application of that.
Okay, just to clarify though, Councilmember Kendall, you were focusing as the second piece on the Public Art Committee's separate request, their goal for 2023 to put in place a minimum public art fee with respect to development.
Yes.
That's not part of what we're discussing tonight.
Okay, thank you. But what about eliminating the sunset clause?
That's not part of what we're discussing tonight.
Okay, all right.
Although that is a one sentence change in the municipal code. So maybe we can throw that in for.
Because those will all be separate, whatever.
For free, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, Vice Mayor Dawson.
I was just going to ask, I know Councilmember Geringer brought this up. This is a presentation. This is not like a usual procedure where this would come out? I'm asking from a new to council standpoint, newer to council.
No, you're correct. And that's why the recommendation was written the way it is, to make clear that this ask was part of the presentation.
Okay, thank you. Just clarify. And I also just want to, again, before we go off, is to say Thank you so much to the Public Art Committee. You do fantastic work. We see it, and there's so much effort that goes behind it. Just what you were talking about, Patrick, with the interviews for the muralist consultant, that was a lot of time and energy and effort. And really looking forward to that and appreciate all of you, the time you're putting into this committee. Thank you, Jenny. Thank you.
Okay, are there any other comments or questions before we vote on the motion on the floor? Okay, Councilmember Kendall.
Aye.
Councilmember Geringer.
Aye.
Councilmember Kwok.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Dawson.
Aye.
And I'm an aye, so that's unanimous. And I join with Vice Mayor Dawson in thanking Jenny and the Public Art Committee for all the work that they're doing. And thank them very much for their collaboration with the Historical Society on the wraps. It's a real great thing to have in our downtown. So thank you all.
And I'd like to just say thank you for your support. We really appreciate it. Thank you. We won't let you down. We'll come back with everything you asked for.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, we are on to the consent calendar. Would any council member like to remove an item from the consent calendar? Is there any member of the public who would like to request that an item be removed from the consent calendar?
I saw a hand raised a moment ago. So this is for items 8A through 8E. Anyone wishing to remove that could raise their little virtual hand now. I see nothing, Mayor Andrew.
Okay, thank you. So we're looking for a motion for approval of the consent calendar.
So moved.
Okay, moved by Councilmember Kwok, seconded by Vice Mayor Dawson. Councilmember Kendall.
Aye.
Councilmember Geringer.
Did you need something?
Just as we were transitioning, a hand went up for public comment. And so I don't know if we want to go backwards, but I'm an aye, but it appears there's someone who had their hand up. But
do you want me to, Mayor Andrew?
Yeah, is there somebody who wanted to comment or to request that we remove an item?
You know, I'm a bit confused that Marianne, your hand keeps going up and down, and I'm not sure if you want to speak on the consent calendar item. Please raise your hand again. It's down again, Mayor Andrew.
Okay, so we're in the middle of the voting.
I'm an aye.
Is Councilmember Kwok.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Dawson.
Aye.
And I'm an aye, so it's unanimous. The consent calendar is adopted. We're on to item 9, old business. Renata Robles filling vacancies for the alternate members of the GPAC. So Ms. Robles, the floor is yours.
Ms. Robles is coming in now.
Good evening. Sorry about that slow transition. Can everyone hear me okay? Great, thank you. Good evening, council members and members of the public. Tonight, staff is seeking direction on the filling of current vacancies for alternates on the General Plan Advisory Committee, or GPAC. So when GPAC was formed, there was a recruitment effort back in 2020 to receive applications for various positions on GPAC, which would then be selected by lottery. In the 2 and a few months since the effort started, we have had some turnover on the committee and have no vacancies for primaries, but vacancies for our alternate positions. In the staff report, we provided a couple different options of how to remediate this. The staff's recommendation is to review the remaining applicants to gauge their interest in staying in a pool for a potential lottery to fill these alternate vacancies. And staff recommends I would like to make a small suggestion to the recommendation included in the staff report that if there are not sufficient applicants interested in participating as an alternate at this time, that we hold off on a full-on recruitment process and new lottery until such time as there's a vacancy for a primary. We just have limited assets and resources at this time and want to be mindful, given that this is the only committee that the city provides resources to that maintains a list of alternates. So I will just keep it brief with that and available for any questions.
Okay, we'll do council questions and then open it to the public and then come back to the council. Are there questions? Councilmember Kendall.
Yeah, thank you. Great idea. Oh, sorry, we're not going that part yet. Make sure that they know that with the new Brown Act, we're being in person and they can't be remote, like you can't, right? And that's a big deal. I have a question. The other one is on those nonprofits. Somebody asked me this, did we specify that they have to be like 501c3s on these nonprofits, or how do you guys do that?
Yeah, so I remember that being a topic of conversation. I think we did say primarily servicing La Marinda and a 501c3.
Perfect.
To be eligible.
Those are my questions.
Okay, any other questions? Seeing none, we'll open it for public questions and comments.
At this time, the mayor is accepting public comments on item 9A, and I'm promoting Mary Ann Worthington. Mary Ann, please accept the request to be promoted. Mayor, I can allow Mary Ann to speak from the attendees list. Let's see if that would work for Mary Ann Worthington.
Okay, good.
Mary
Oh,
Ann,
she's on. Oh, good.
there she is. Okay, great. Mary Ann, you need to unmute yourself, please.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Yes. Yeah, welcome, Ms. Hoisington.
I am so sorry. I had my hand up for the public art and I wasn't called. And then I put my hand up for the next thing when you said public comment, and I wasn't called, and I don't want to comment on this. I just wanted to comment on public art. So I don't know why you got my hand up now, because it's not up and it was up for the others. So it must be my machine that isn't working properly, and I apologize for interrupting you.
Oh, no problem. Actually, your hand does show, but why don't you go ahead and give us your comment on the public art?
Oh, okay, it will be short. I oppose any further murals, and I may be the only person in Lafayette who feels that way, but I have heard differently. Public art, or art in general, is in the eye of the beholder. And if you go inside, like to the Tatson gallery, or to the library itself for that little display that's in there, which is wonderful, or into the town hall to see the displays that are in there, it's terrific. But you have your choice. You don't have to look at it if you don't want to. And that's not the case of the mural that's downtown now. Every time I drive downtown, I have to look at that mural, and it upsets me. And I try to look at it and think, you know, somebody must think this is beautiful, but to me it is not. And I just dread the thought of where the next mural is going to be. So I just want to make that one comment, and it may be just I and nobody else in Lafayette, but I do feel like there may be some other people who feel the same way. thank you so much for letting me comment in the wrong area.
Okay, no, and we appreciate your thoughts on that. And the current, just so you'll be aware, the current intention of the Public Art Committee is to bring a interim report on murals to the council, and most likely will be the second meeting in March.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, City Clerk Robbins, is there?
Yes, we have another hand raised. I'll bring in Carol Singer now.
Welcome, Ms. Singer.
Oh, thank you. Good evening, Mayor Andrew and council members. I was not on the public art. I would like to comment on the GPAC, if that's all right. I just have two comments on the nonprofit. I understand it has to be a 501c3, but I don't remember what kind of nonprofit. I think it has to be based locally in Lafayette, not a branch of a national or state or some other city. And also not what I'd call an advocacy group. It has to be a nonprofit for something within Lafayette, not for a cause or something very neutral, like the foundation is an example. The second thing I'd like to say is how are the alternates going to keep up with everything when we meet in person? Are they all going to come to the meeting, or how are they going to have an idea of what we have done? To me, that's going to be a problem, especially if they have to take over. Then what? I think that's a problem. I don't have an answer for it, but I think it's something to think of. And those are my two comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there questions for the speaker? Okay, seeing none. I have a follow-up question for Renata. Not who the person was, but the alternate in the nonprofit slot. Which nonprofit was that? Because we did have an alternate at one point.
Yes, we did. And that was the Lafayette Methodist Church was the alternate.
Okay, thank you. Okay, City Clerk Robbins, is there any other public comment?
Yeah, we're bringing in Cheryl McDonald right now.
Carol's fault. She got me thinking. So if, I guess this is for Renata. If I understand staff time and costs and all that, but if we were to wait for a period of time when we needed to get an alternate, the alternate comes in, how far behind would they be as well? I'm following up on Carol Singer with the alternates and maybe how they work. But if we wait a long time and we have a hole for a lead position, how far behind might they be? Thank you.
Okay, let's discuss that in our comment, in our council discussion, because that's a very valid question, very valid point. Any other public comment?
None at this time, Mayor.
Okay, we'll bring it back to the council. So we have the fundamental question of how do we, and if so, how do we replace the alternates? And the staff proposal is that for the 5 geographic positions and the 1 nonprofit position, that we go out and see who is still interested, and if we have a reasonable pool, then to conduct, draw the names out of whatever we put the names in. and do it that way. And then there's a subsidiary question, which I'll ask the city attorney if we can discuss, but that is the question that Ms. Singer raised and Ms. McDonald asked about, and then how do we accommodate, or how do we help those alternates be involved? And the quick answer may be, well, they come to the art and science room and sit in the back and listen, or there may be something else. But comments, how would you like to proceed on the staff recommendation? Councilmember Kendall.
I think it's a perfectly fine recommendation.
Will you move the recommendation?
I will absolutely make the motion to support the staff recommendation.
Is there a second? Councilmember Garrett. Oh, are you seconding? Councilmember Geringer? No, you want to comment.
I have a question. So the recommendation in the staff report, and maybe you said this, Mayor, even though I was paying very close attention, but I believe Renata said she wanted to make one small adjustment to the recommendation that's in the staff report, which is has to do with timing, I think, and that we wait until there is the way I'm reading the recommendation in the staff report would be that we're doing it now. We're going to move forward, sort of filling those alternate spots now, which I think comes to Cheryl's question. And
I'd like to modify my motion.
Oh, okay. Well, okay, I think I missed that then. Renata, are you suggesting that we not fill them until there's a...
Yeah, sorry, this wasn't more clear. So I think my previous recommendation had been to poll the remaining applicants to gauge their interest, and then if they're sufficient for each position, conduct a lottery, and if not, to do a full recruitment and lottery again. I would like to revise that recommendation to still poll applicants on their interests, and if there's enough, do a lottery, and if not, hold off until there's a vacancy of a primary GPAC member to then conduct a full recruitment effort to fill all of the positions and kind of get a refreshed pool of applicants.
Okay, got it. But that means if there are enough still interested applicants, we do the drawing as soon as possible.
Correct,
So
yes.
Councilmember Kendall, is
I'd like
that
to modify my
is that your motion?
Yes. I modify my motion to match what Renata just
What she said.
outlined. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Is there a second?
What's funny, I was going to second with that modification. So.
And Councilmember Geringer, though, did you have a question or comment?
I was going to second with that modification.
Okay. So now we're in comment. Councilmember Kwok?
Yes, I do have a comment. I do support this approach after thinking about it a bit, but I would like for staff, when they approach the candidate, since it has been 2 years, to first of all, as Councilmember Kendall said, remind everybody that we're now back in person, and quorum is quite important if called to do so. But also secondarily, like there are a number of items that are now in our rear view mirror. And so I would say, what are the items in the forward mirror the next 2 years? What are the areas of focus that GPAC will be working on? And to be sure that the candidates are interested in those topics and enthusiastic to contribute in those areas. And if so that they can excuse themselves if for some reason that's not their area of interest, because this is 2 years later. And okay, so that would be my only suggestion to staff.
Okay.
But otherwise, I'm supportive.
So if they say, I know I'm all about housing.
Too late.
Too late. All right. I think we're ready to vote. So Councilmember Kendall.
Aye.
Councilmember Geringer.
Aye.
Councilmember Kwok.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Dawson.
Aye.
And I'm an aye, so it's unanimous. So I'm going to ask the city attorney, can we continue discussing if there's anything we can do with respect to hybrid meetings, or whether we need for that to be brought back, or whether, and I realize there's a cost to that. And I realize the council made a decision about the 4 bodies that would have the hybrid meetings. I have to admit that given the importance of the general plan and the widespread interest, we may want to revisit that. But would it be correct we can't discuss that tonight?
Correct. If the discussion is to decide if you want to include an additional body into the hybrid meeting category, then my suggestion is that you would bring that back for a future meeting.
Okay, Councilmember Kendall.
I support that. And can we also add what Cheryl said at the beginning is, do we want to consider all of our town halls and workshops to be hybrid?
Okay, how would it be if we asked staff to come back with just an informational report to us about how much that would cost at the next meeting? And then we can decide how to proceed.
Mayor Andre, do you want, if that informational report looks acceptable, though, do you want to be able to vote at that next meeting on including various groups into the hybrid category? Or then is that a subsequent?
Well, my only concern is that we did spend some time making a decision as to where we would, how we would, which meetings we would pay for, because this is not cost-free. And so I think I would prefer to have the cost estimates come back and then decide whether we want to put that on another meeting. But I'm certainly open to other views on that. Okay,
Mayor,
City Manager.
we haven't started the in-person meetings as yet, and I would like to give staff a couple of meetings to test how they work before coming back to you. We may need more staff, we may need more help. So if you could give us a month to test it out and then return in April, that would be preferable.
Okay, that sounds fine to me. Is that anyone have a concern about that? Okay, no, Vice Mayor Dawson.
I was just thinking that I know the safety element workshop is coming up, and that's going to be in person then, based on the timing of that. So it'll be interesting. Maybe we could use that as a measure of who is coming out, because that's a workshop is hopefully going to be encouraging more people than usual at a regular GPAC meeting. So we can maybe take a look at that coming up, as well as what City Manager Narup is saying about having staff kind of see how it goes too. So in parallel, we can maybe true that up and see what the need might be.
Okay, so we'll be looking for a staff report then at the first meeting in April. All right, Anada, thank you very much. We are now on to item 10A. City Manager Srivatsa, I will turn that over to you.
Thank you. Good evening, council members and the members of the public. The mayor and I are returning to you with our recommendations on the creation of a land acknowledgement task force. There are 3 recommendations. The first is that the task force be created as a short-term committee with a deadline to return to council in November of this year, addressing, and the task force would look at a series of questions and offer their recommendations. As an example, should the city of Lafayette have a land acknowledgement statement? What should the wording be? And when should such a statement be read at a public meeting? The mayor has contacted 5 people, and they are all willing to serve. And we're delighted to say that John McCormick, Steve Calogeras, Mary McCosker, Cheryl McDonald, and Janet Thomas have agreed to serve. I will staff this limited term committee. And finally, we're expecting the dedication of the First Street Rain Garden in a month or so. And we offer to you a suggested interim land acknowledgement. I believe the mayor has some recommendations for edits. If that's the case, I'd like to turn it over to him. And we recommend that you adopt this limited term task force and approve an interim land acknowledgement statement for the rain garden opening.
Thank you very much. Yeah, two quick edits. One is that millennia is spelled with two N's. And the other is in that second sentence, instead of starting out, they have been living and working, changing that to their ancestors lived and worked. And then it continues on this land for millennia. So their ancestors lived and worked on this land for millennia. And again, I would remind everybody, this is, we're authorizing an interim land acknowledgement statement for this one-time use. That's it. So are there questions from council members? We'll take questions from council members, then go to the public for questions and comments, then come back to the council for discussion. Councilmember Kwok.
Sure. How was the date of November selected as the deadline?
I think the committee does need to address some rather meaty issues. We gave them about a little over 6 months to come back with such a with a recommendation so that we can start implementing this at the start of the new year.
Okay, thank you.
And the mayor may have additional reasons.
No, I would just ask Councilmember Kwok, does that sound too late or too early?
I think it would be better to say no later than November. If they finish earlier, then let's see it earlier.
Oh, doesn't it say that?
That was our intent, Councilmember Kwok.
Yeah, that's the deadline. That's the deadline. You can beat the deadline by 5 months and we're very happy.
I will encourage that. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks. I just want to make sure it was done this year, and I'm confident it will be. Okay, any other questions? All right, City Clerk Robbins, is there any public comment or questions?
If any member of the public wishes to address the city council on item 10A1, please raise your hand now. I'm promoting Libby Henry to be followed by Robert Lavoie.
Ms. Henry, welcome. You're now muted.
That took a really long time. I don't
Welcome.
know. Hi. I want to say, first of all, when you named all the people for this task force, knowing 3 out of the 5 people, I was very impressed. But I have a very basic question. What is a land acknowledgement statement? And that's all I would like to ask for this one.
Okay, any questions for the speaker? Okay, I'll just quickly answer that what you have in the staff report is an example of a land acknowledgement. It's acknowledging those who came before us on the land.
I don't have the land. I don't have the staff report in front of me. I'm sorry.
Okay. All right. Any questions for the speaker? Okay, thank you very much.
So you're not.
Okay.
You can go read the agenda. It's in there.
I would be happy to send Ms. Henry the copy of the staff report tomorrow.
Okay, thank you.
Robert Lavoie is coming in now.
All right, welcome, Mr. Lavoie.
Hello, greetings, everybody. I had two quick questions, or one question and a suggestion. Do we know that the Sakhalin tribe is the only tribe that lived in this area, or were they just the ones that were here when the Spanish arrived? My second point is, if we're considering those responsible for the land originally, shouldn't we acknowledge the creator of the universe, God, who gave us this beautiful planet to enjoy? So I'm offering a alternate acknowledgement from Genesis 1:11. Then God said, "Let the land produce vegetation, seed-bearing plants and trees on the land that may bear fruit and seed with it, according to the various kinds." And it was so. And the land produced vegetation, plants bearing seed according to their kinds, and trees bearing fruit with its seed according to their kinds. And God saw that it was good, and there was evening and there was morning on the third day of creation. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions for the speaker? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Lavoie.
Thanks a lot.
Mayor Angry, there are no other speakers at this time.
Okay, thank you. And I think the questions that Mr. Lavoie raised can be considered by the committee, if the task force, if we decide to go forward with the task force. So we're bringing it back to the council. Comments, discussion, Councilmember Kwok.
Well, I'm supportive of this overall initiative. Thanks to the mayor for bringing this up. In fact, I want to say how I've heard three things tonight that really underscore for me how profound this question we just heard from Ms. Henry was, is what is a land acknowledgement? That's a very simple question, but with a profound answer. And we even heard it in the second speaker, because it goes to God and religion, right? Could be one interpretation. And if we go earlier in our presentation, historian Mary McCloskey, she talked about the history of where our land came from and how people lost their land through litigation or how they had their land taken from them. There are many, many profound issues around asking the question of us acknowledging for whom this land we live on, and whose land was it, and how did they get it? You know, what makes me have the title, right to have a title to this land today? So I think this just begs the question for that group that maybe their goal is not just to come up with a sentence of a land acknowledgement, but to explore this topic. And it might go places that none of us know where it's going to go. And to be ready for that, they don't have to be boxed in by the assignment. And I don't think they will be, but I just wanted to say for the record that I think this is actually a very profound and meaningful question for us to tackle here in our 175th year, that we should really do something meaningful and profound as a response. Thank you.
And let me just say that I agree completely with that, and that this assignment was not meant to box in this committee. In fact, you may recall that when this issue first came up, I said this is much too complicated and much too profound to be top down, as has been done in several other municipalities. But there are so many issues involved with it. That's why we've got this task force that's going to explore it and look at it. Really, I think it was described as a community journey in one of the earlier staff reports. And that's what it is, because there's so many things that need to be considered. And yeah, there's no limit. I feel very grateful that we have these 5 people who are willing to take this on, because it, as you say, well put, it is a profound assignment.
Thank you.
Councilmember Kendall, did you?
Yeah, I was going to echo everything you said. And in particular, these 5 people are fantastic, and I fully support this committee and their task ahead of them.
Councilmember Geringer.
So I will also say, agree, and thank you, Councilmember Kwok, in stating that it is a profound, it's profound and a wonderful opportunity. And I agree that the committee that's been selected is more than up to the task of being able to do that. And in listening to the previous, when you spoke about this before, Mayor, and as we were transitioning at the end of last year, I think we talked a little bit about and how we engage the public, particularly indigenous peoples and members of those peoples whose land, whether it was only the Sacklands or others, that we talk very much about our public outreach and engagement. And I think that it's very important in this space and in this task or opportunity and journey that will be going on as a community. So thank you.
Other comments? Vice Mayor Dawson.
I guess I'll just throw in, absolutely, this is a fantastic task force you've put together. And I just look forward, similar to this 175-year celebration, this, out of honor and celebration for our original stewards of the land. It'll be really good to hear more about that and as the task force comes up with what they come up with. So that's all.
Okay, can I have a motion? Councilmember Kendall.
Yes, so move the recommendation to appoint the members to the task force and also approve the interim land acknowledgement for use of the dedication of the First Street Rain Garden with the modifications from Mayor Undery.
And I'm happy to second.
All right, motion from Councilmember Kendall, seconded by Councilmember Geringer. Any further comment? Seeing none, Councilmember Kendall.
Aye.
Councilmember Geringer.
Aye.
Councilmember Kwok.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Dawson.
Aye.
And I'm an aye, so it's unanimous. The committee is appointed and we look forward to their work. Thank you. Now, let me ask the council, we started at 6:30. Would you like to take, before we jump into 10A2, would you like to take a 5-minute break? Okay, the council will return at 9 p.m. straight up.
Okay.
I will stop sharing my screen now.
Okay, welcome back. And since we haven't technically moved on from item 10A1, I want to make 3 quick points. First, I would just note that the 4th question is, to me, a very important one. Should the city undertake other actions in addition to adoption of a land acknowledgement? That's something that's been very critical with other institutions and cities that have considered this. Second, and I think I failed to do this properly, I want to thank the 5 residents who agreed to serve on this, because I think this, while it should be a stimulating and very interesting assignment, it is going to require a lot of thought and work. So thank you for doing it. And third, I want to thank the city manager for volunteering to personally staff this, which shows how important this is. So thank you. And now we'll move on to item 10A2, City Manager Srivatsa.
Thank you again. Good evening. Before you is a list of projects that are not new projects, but projects that the city has either designed or placed on its wish list for many years. Every year around this time, we get requests from our state and federal legislators for projects that they can add to their appropriation list. They're called community project funding projects. And last year, as you recall, we were able to get $3.1 million with the help of Senator Padilla and Congressman DeSaulnier for the School Street Safety project. This year, again, we've been asked to submit a list by Senators Feinstein and Padilla, and we expect to receive similar requests from our other legislators. The list that staff has put together, I'll just go over very briefly with you. We have both Jonathan and Mike, department heads for the departments responsible for these projects, to answer questions. The first is synthetic turf for city fields. This has been on the PTR department and the PTR Commission's list of priorities for a number of years. It was part of their May 2021 CIP. It's an expensive undertaking to replace our community ball fields and the Buckeye fields. The estimate is $2.5 million, but it comes with water savings for water savings, lower maintenance costs, and a pig-proof field, which, as you know, we've been subject to attacks by wild pigs. And also, as Jonathan indicates to me, we can increase the hours of usage on our city fields from about 1,300 to 1,600 if we just replace the turf. But if we added lights and could use the fields later in the day, we could increase our usage to 3,000 hours a year, which is significant. So that's project number 1. Project number 2 is part of the Creek's adopted master plan and is considered a demonstration project similar to the rain garden. It envisions stabilizing the banks of Lafayette Creek and creating an area for educating the public about climate change and about the benefits of the creek. It will be located between the Sotheby's, south of Mount Diablo Boulevard, between the Sotheby's building and Risa Road and Village Center Road. So that's the general location. It's the area of the creek that the city owns. And so we would be able to improve that. It's also a well-traveled pathway as many people walk to the reservoir along this sidewalk. The cost is $900,000. The third is the Pleasant Hill Road pathway to Acalanes Road. This multi-use pathway down the middle of Acalanes, Pleasant Hill Road, between Mount Diablo Boulevard and Deer Hill Road, was funded for design work a couple of years ago by Assembly Member Bauer Kahan. Staff has undertaken a preliminary work on a preliminary design. There was a well-attended public meeting last year. Staff has taken that information and is planning to hold a second public meeting very shortly. Once the design is completed, the project would be ready for implementation. And so the amount requested is the construction budget of $4.3 million. And finally, we've realized that a very important and useful pedestrian and bicycle pathway on the aqueduct right-of-way is outdated. We were successful by adopting this plan of getting this aqueduct built from Risa Road to Dolores Drive. So as the Woodbury Highlands and the Lunar projects came in, we made it a condition of approval for the developers to complete this ped bike pathway. What we've realized is heading further east and closer to the BART station, the topography changes significantly, and the estimates as well as the preliminary drawings in our 2012 study are simply not adequate to present to developers and ask them to complete the work. Therefore, we are asking for $675,000 to do some additional detailed design studies and cost estimates. So we are ready when a developer comes in with land along this pathway. We're ready to make that a condition of approval and ensure that this pathway gets extended to the BART station and beyond. So all four studies have been presented to you. Mike, Jonathan, and I are here to answer any questions. And the choice is, like last year, the council decided to ask for one project, which was the School Street project. We could do that. We can submit all four. The choice is ours. And we're here to answer questions.
Okay, we'll do questions from council, then we'll open it to the public, and then we'll come back for comments. So at this point, are there questions from the council for city manager or for our Park and Recreation Director and our Public Works Director? I'll start off with one then. If we submit all four in the past, would we prioritize them? Would we provide a narrative saying if it can just be one, this is the one? How do you suggest we do that?
It's a great question, Mayor. In the past, last year we just zeroed in on the School Street project. That was something that we were going after. The years prior, we work with our lobbyists and grant writers, Townsend Public Affairs. They have a sense of how much our legislators are willing to fund. And so we've, in year one, I recall after we hired Townsend, we submitted the synthetic turf, we submitted the West Creek project, and we submitted a request to fund our public radio station. And we did get funds for AM 1670. So it really depends on the year, the amount that our legislators can accommodate from individual cities. So it's our choice.
Okay, anyone else have a question? Councilmember Kendall.
Thank you. Yeah, great report. My question is on the pathway for Acalanes. And I know it just went onto the website recently, what this may look like. We haven't had a public meeting. We haven't gotten any feedback. Is there any way to delay? Like, does it matter if we just wait for the later date until at least we have one public hearing? And that might help decide. To me, I think there's a big, looking at the two project options, there's a big difference in price, right? Potentially huge difference in price. And that seems to be like, is there a way where we can somehow get more feedback about that and still, if we miss the March 3rd, is it still okay? Is it equivalent just to put it in on March 13th?
I'm going to just talk in generalities, and Mike will get into the details. The council can do as it wishes. It can, if you feel that a project is not ready, you can remove it off the list or keep it or submit it at a later date. Yes. And Mike?
No, I agree. Out of any of the four, you could say, you know, we don't feel comfortable enough behind this one because there hasn't been enough public input yet. That's your choice. So we have had one public meeting for that Acalanes. You know, there is a second one scheduled, but I think it's for March 8th.
Right.
But that's as far as we are, right? And we are at preliminary design, and we are taking that public comment and trying to incorporate that into where we would direct the design to go, because it's at this point just a design project and not a funded construction project, which is why you're talking about it tonight.
Right. And it does. Is it true that the difference in the cost between the two options is pretty significant?
I wouldn't say that's true. I'd say the difference in the two options presented is, one is we need some land that's not ours. And the other is we could control it, but it would have negative implications on vehicles in the northbound direction because we would get rid of a dedicated right-hand turn lane. Those are basically the two options.
But one has, but the second
cost
option
to
has
build them may be similar.
But we have to reconfigure Pleasant Hill Road on option 2, right?
Yeah, but you're doing some reconfiguring regardless. So they're both very expensive projects. They're both, you know, multi-millions of dollars. And without a more detailed design, I couldn't even tell you which is maybe more expensive.
Okay, so another question. I know sometimes these federal ones, you actually do better if you get the state and local funding secured first, and then that goes for a stronger application. Is that true of these federal grants?
I am not aware of that clause. I can definitely check with our lobbyists. Unfortunately, the federal government is asking for a list before our local legislators.
Right.
So
I noticed that in the time. And then the final one is, when's the next time they'll ask for these?
next year, around this
so,
time.
So once a year. Okay.
Okay, any Vice Mayor Dawson?
I actually have a question about the project for the synthetic turf. Is this for all 4 fields? I mean, what's the acreage coverage and which all the parks or?
So the ask is for Lafayette Community Park at that number, and we actually have increased that estimate because of other improvements that went into the park CIP that was approved in May of 2021. We're estimating almost $1 million over to do the full over that ask to do the full amount of improvements that we want to do on that site. We are collecting fees currently in our facility fees to do those improvements, but it is at the later half of our CIP. So this would help to move us forward and open up our ability to do other projects as well.
So basically you're looking for 3.5, but is the synthetic turf, like that's the project name, is that the 2.5? Or is that
That
just
would be for the community park.
just, okay?
Vice Mayor, I misspoke. It does not include the Buckeye Fields. Am
Okay,
I right, Jonathan?
Yes, that is correct. Buckeye is a priority still for the commission as well, but the synthetic turf and lights are the highest priority at the community park site.
okay. I'm asking this from a sustainability standpoint, just to understand, basically too. I know that there's definitely cost savings, water savings, and pig proofing. Depending on the extent of this, though, and I guess what type, it also has its pros and cons, right? Is the synthetic turf the best option based on the cost ratio to like maintaining a grass field?
There is still significant cost, especially at the 25 to 35 year mark, where you have to replace the underlying pad as well as the turf. There are cycles that you have to spend during the turf's life, roughly every 10 years, to replace the top grass. There's a grass layer, there's a turf layer, or sorry, there's a grass turf layer, and then there's a pad layer underneath. And at the 25 year mark, you have a much higher cost to replace both the grass and that pad. So that is something we'd have to take into account from a maintenance standpoint. You're not fertilizing, you're not watering the same way, but we still have to, from a general fund standpoint, establish sinking funds to ensure that we can handle those maintenance replacements when we have to do those through those cycles.
Okay, but knowing that, that's still more cost effective for what you're trying to, the challenges that you have with the drought conditions and the feral pigs.
It changes, and we're actually getting closer to a neutral estimate as water costs are rising, but it really has to do with the price of the materials at that time, mobilization for any of the construction. So it can change that way. This also assumes an organic infill, which is a higher cost. The commission was very supportive of not going with the crumb rubber and maintaining an organic option. So that's always been a priority for the commission, which does result in a higher cost. And from a maintenance standpoint, you are also feeding the field those materials. And there are infills that you can get that last longer. And this is really based on the research that we did for the Deer Hill site. The commission settled on an infill that had the longest life, was the most organic and safest for the community, to ensure that they weren't introducing some potentially hazardous materials to the infill that would go into the synthetic turf.
Okay, and I know we received some feedback on the safety factor of the synthetic turf. I just wanted to bring that up. Was that considered and weighed in your deliberations on this?
So when the commission considered it, the infill and that choice of an organic infill, that was the reason they went with it. They were trying to go with a healthier option for anybody that was participating on the fields. They also chose it for its cooling as well. The organic infills help to keep the surface cooler, and as a result, use less water.
Okay, great. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure we mentioned that we did receive those and acknowledge those comments on this. Thanks, Jonathan.
Follow-up question, Jonathan. Are we sure this is pig proof?
Some people will tell you nothing's entirely pig proof, but what the pigs are going for, you can walk down Murray Lane right now and see the difference that was made after the residents who replaced their front lawns, and the pigs that have come back at different times and hit the more organic dirt to find the grubs that are living in there versus the synthetic fill that has a pad underneath. So really, they're going in for the insects that you'd have to go through all those layers that I was talking about to try and find those. And they're not sniffing it out through and digging up that synthetic turf. On top of that, we'd still maintain the edge fencing, which helps to keep the pigs out. That has helped. We've had the pigs at the edge of the community park field since we approved and installed that new fencing, but they haven't actually gotten in, but it's only as good as a gate getting opened or closed. So we're good for right now, but they are still present.
Yeah. And then a follow-up on the costs to put in the synthetic surface and the lights for each of the fields at the community park. What is the total cost?
Our estimate is 3.5 million is what we have in the CIP. So that's currently where it sits.
Okay, and that includes the lights.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Councilmember Kwok, did you have your hand up?
Yes, I did. And maybe continue to add for questions for Jonathan. Thank you for answering some of the questions about the health and safety of synthetic turf and for explaining that the subcommittee has looked into organic alternatives to the crumb rubber base, right? So the organic, would that be like cork, or can you cork or any type of material?
Yeah, so at last pass, the commission's primary choice was a zeophil, which is a mineral compound similar to it's a broken up rock, like a kitty litter is the best way to describe it if you were holding it in your hand. They also looked at the corconet, which was a mix of coconut and cork, the cork infill. So there were a number of organic infills that they considered, all very similar cost. And really, if we were getting to a point where the project was coming forward, we'd look at whatever the latest organic options are and allow the community to weigh in on what the best option would be for the participants.
Thank you for spending a lot of time on that. I think we got some letters, and I've just myself reading over the years about synthetic turf, about whether chemicals used in it are dangerous to human health. And I did quickly look into see the status that the EPA had started to study this in 2016 and with the Consumer Product Safety Commission, as well as the Center for Disease Control. And so there is like a multi-agency federal effort to address this question about the safety of synthetic turf. And they were halted a bit and slowed down by the pandemic in 2020. And so their work and their conclusions are not yet published. But that being said, one of the issues around the chemicals in it was a PFAS, PFAS. I wonder whether the commission and whether your product recommendation has a synthetic turf that has PFAS in it, or definitely does not have that.
I don't have that information for us tonight.
And to your knowledge, the topic of PFAS in particular did not come up in the discussions. You talked about the organic base, but the blades of grass themselves would be plastic or synthetic, right?
Yes, it is a synthetic plastic.
Okay. All right, thank you. That's all for now.
Okay, any other questions? All right, I have one, and I talked to the city manager about this earlier today, and that is we don't know the timing of Congressman DeSaulnier's request. And one of the things that I would like to see us discuss, and I guess my question is, how do we do this? For the Park Theater Trust, they have had discussions with him about an earmark for the renovation. And I personally would like to see us support that. I guess the question is, what's the best way to be ready? If we hear from Townsend that the congressman needs his recommendations by, let's say, March 13th, how can we be ready?
Since the matter isn't agendized, a letter of support for the Park Theater Trust, I don't think the council can give staff direction tonight. And I'm looking at the city attorney for confirmation. We can definitely, if we have a deadline past March 13th, we can definitely bring you a sample support letter for you to act on at your next meeting.
Okay, Councilmember Kendall.
I know sometimes that happens. So could a subcommittee, can we assign 2 people to take it over at this meeting to meet with you and approve a letter? Is that a valid, we still have to bring it back to the full council before we do that.
Well,
Okay.
Let me ask this. How narrowly is this agendized? Can we only discuss recommendations to our two senators?
No.
Can we go beyond that?
Yeah, the recommendation is to authorize the submission of these projects for funding in an upcoming appropriation cycle.
Okay, so it's recommending to anyone.
Yeah, to anyone.
Okay, but it wouldn't be limited to these four projects. Presumably, somebody on the council could say, "I think we should include in this list a dog park," and we could vote on that tonight. Correct?
I'm going to refer that to the city attorney.
I think I'll clarify city projects. So my concern is if you're trying to add the Park Theater isn't a city project.
Yeah, no, I understand. And that's why I switched to the dog park.
Yes, exactly. But yes, I think in your dog park example, in theory, you could say, we've always had an interest in a dog park and we'd like for that to be added to the list.
Okay. All right. Well, we can discuss this when we come back to discussion. Are there any further questions? Okay, if not, City Clerk Robbins, could you open the public comment, please?
Yes, the City Council is currently taking public comments on item 10A2. I have 4 hands raised. We'll start with Lauren Herpich, followed by Eric Law, Brad Rosenthal, and Libby Henry. If you are joining us by phone, you may press *9 to participate in public comments.
Hi, City Council. I'm going to remove my Dryer's ice cream parlor from the 1940s. Hi, everybody. Thank you. So I just want to say there is probably no one, perhaps other than Eric Law, who wants to see the Pleasant Hill dedicated bike and pedestrian path project happen. Since moving here to Lafayette 9 years ago, I've seen how long it takes to get projects done. Routinely, they have either taken too long for my son to really enjoy it at his peak age, or it doesn't get accomplished at all. It's been pretty frustrating. But when I saw this path idea, I jumped on it knowing our family's values and the fact that we had, at the time, 10 years until my then preschooler would be a freshman at Acalanes. We are now 7 years away. And for context, it took 5 years to rebuild a playground that the city already owned. As you know from public comment, I have been in conversation with neighbors who are vocally against our project. And in speaking to them, I understand why. Respectfully, I do not agree with the request that the city support should be completely withdrawn from this project because of community opposition. Frankly, this has led to a long list of desired amenities that our city has not been able to realize. Instead, and in reading Kristen Altbaum's comments specifically, I would agree that we should choose our priorities wisely. Therefore, I'm going to make the difficult decision in saying that at this time, for this specific funding request, that the request be made instead to fund the outstanding projects studied in the Safe Route to Schools project outlined in the tool report. These projects have already been vetted, recommended by outside expert consultants over multiple years, and can make a difference in the lives of our kids, families, and community. And now, selfishly, my own son, who will also be able to utilize them. But in the meantime, I do look forward to learning more about the proposed bike and pedestrian bridge over the Spring Hill, that project that Kristen had mentioned, and as well as invite you and members of the public to the next town hall meeting on March 8th to further discuss our Pleasant Hill project. I do believe it might be better in a future funding request. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there questions for the speaker? Okay, I have a question. Ms. Herpich, do you have, you mentioned the projects that are in the tool report, because there are many in the medium and long term there are very expensive projects there.
Yeah.
For purposes, and as I understand, we need to make a decision tonight Is there one of those projects that you would specifically like us to consider?
Yeah, I mean, from my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, Narup, I'm under the understanding was last year's funding request covering the permanent construction of the School Street bike pathway, or was that just the temporary ballards that are up right now?
It's the permanent.
The permanent ones.
The extension of the First Street pathway on
Perfect. Yeah, I mean, that would be my priority. And since we already have that checked, I'm good there, Mayor Anduri. You know, I would want to take a look at the list again, and I'm more than happy to, once I drop off, I can go back onto the tool report, look at the full list and send that recommendation over to you. I do think, you know, I look at a lot of the public comments and I understand sort of the frustration and the confusion in our project not being fully vetted. There's a lot of contingencies. Again, as I reference, I understand how long it takes to get funding. And that's where I completely agreed in staff's initial recommendation that a request be made concurrently, because I know that, you know, again, you don't ask, you don't get. And a lot of times you just, you want to have that money, but I understand the public's concern. That being said, you know, because we've had a lot of those projects in the tool report, specifically around schools, projects within, you know, the Spring Hill Elementary neighborhoods, Happy Valley, you know, for this funding request, here are projects that have been vetted. Like, let's go after them. Let's make something happen. Because again, I think that we've had a track record here in Lafayette of just letting a lot of projects go. And again, I've lived in a neighborhood that's had contentious issues with Lee Creekside Park, and I don't want to see projects being pitted or neighbors being pitted against each other. Again, I'm always thinking we can be an end city, not an or city. And so I just think that maybe just taking a little bit of due diligence. But Mayor Andrea, let me go back, let me look at that tool report and see if I can specifically put my recommendation out there on what we want to prioritize, and then also go back into my notes to see where the public has been really great supporters of projects, and, you know, let's put those out on the table first.
Okay, thank you very much.
No problem.
City Manager Srivastava, do you have your hand up? Hope you're muted. No. No, okay. All right. City Clerk Robbins, you can bring in the next speaker.
Mark Law is coming in, followed by Brad Rosenthal, Libby Henry, James, Mike, Janet Thomas, Jeremy Levine, Jennifer Paul, and Carol Singer.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, good evening, Lafayette City Council.
Welcome.
So thank you guys for your time and being great volunteers of the city. As a fellow volunteer and somebody who spent just over 5 years on this project for the Safe Routes to All Colonies project, there's been a lot of public meetings. There has been public meetings with Transcirc, public meetings with City Council. We've had the first official public meeting. And while there's naysayers on every project, we have a small group that doesn't agree and doesn't like bike paths and prefers autos. But the majority of the city supports this project. You can see all the signs around town. You can see the donations. It scored very well last year on the CCTA rankings for projects. We took second, and the city council decided to propose the one for Stanley, the one project there on School Street, which is a great project that needs it. But in general, we're way behind here at the city of Lafayette building bike and ped infrastructure. And this is infrastructure that's very inclusive and very environmentally friendly. You don't have to go buy a thousands of dollar car to use a bike path or walk on the streets. These projects connects to All Colonies High School, and it's the first project that's going to connect North Lafayette and taking out to Briones and eventually to Spring Hill. The city's put together a great roadmap on it, and I don't think we should delay that. You know, the design is underway. There are some people concerned about a right-hand turn lane, as Mike called out. You know, we've explored the options. We took the city's input, and we've come up with the best design options to move forward, and we've got one more meeting. But let's not delay this project another year. And we have an opportunity with a large potential partner to help out as well. and I don't want to ruin that opportunity. So let's keep moving forward and make Lafayette better. Let's stop polluting our kids' lungs. Let's stop forcing everybody to drive cars. And then also let's explore the East Bay Mud Bike Path and Ped Path. That's a great opportunity. You know, we cannot build more roadways in Lafayette. Could you imagine if you tried using eminent domain to seize more land to build more roadway? You can't build your way out of a traffic problem. But bike and pedestrian infrastructure is a phenomenal opportunity to make our citizens healthier, clear up our air, reduce the pollution, and reduce stress on people. Fresh air is a great tool, and these ped and path projects need to continue to move forward for that. So we're looking to you guys as leaders to making Lafayette a better city and supporting these projects and the request for funding from not just our federal legislatures, but also our state ones. All the due dates are typically based on budget cycles. The state ones will be due here shortly as well, with the state budget coming up here in June. So thank you guys for your continued support, and we look forward to building some bike and ped path projects here in Lafayette.
Okay, thank you. Are there questions for Mr. Law? Okay, Mr. Law, thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Brad Rosenthal is coming in now, followed by Libby Henry.
Council, thank you for your time tonight. Really do appreciate it. A couple of things, particularly related to the bike path. The first is that there seems to be a lack of studies that have been done on this. The project does not seem to really incorporate a number of factors. The first being safety studies, particularly related to the impact of additional traffic along Acalanes Avenue. There was a East Bay Mud site engineer who was speaking to some neighbors and had said that the aqueduct that runs across the neighborhood is extremely sort of volatile and old, and has had a history of leaks due to one, movement of the earth as a result of natural causes, and the second due to just traffic. So this neighborhood already has a very high water table. And to the extent we have more leaks in the aqueduct, that could cause further damage to properties around here, given that we have expansive soil and the properties actually do move, meaning that the houses do move. So I haven't seen any studies related to that. In addition, this neighborhood, Acalanes Avenue in particular, does not have sidewalks, and it's a very narrow street. And if we're going to add in a bunch more traffic there, which we will, because we're getting rid of the right-hand turn lane, and there's already a bunch of cut-through traffic that comes down through this neighborhood, that street, it's going to result in all sorts of safety issues for the general public, particularly little kids who live in the neighborhood, two of which are my own. And then other studies that have not been done, I haven't seen a you should study. So this project seems to be an if you build it, they will come situation. And I think that the use case is primarily geared towards folks who live in the northern part of Burton Valley, with the idea that kids will bike to school. I think for a good 4.5 months of the school year, from November to mid-March, it's too cold in the morning where I do not think we'll see a lot of traffic, bike traffic through to the high school. Other than that, I don't think many other communities will use it. I don't think Happy Valley is going to use it. I don't think southern part of Burton Valley is going to use it. I don't think many people along Pleasant Hill will use it either. So I think there's just a limited use case, but I think we haven't done the study for it to really have a clear answer on that. So those are the major things. I think that propose that we would do a bumps or signs that would prevent people from cutting through Acalanes Avenue, but that hasn't been done yet. So I just want to repeat the comments that were made earlier that a lot of people are against this project. And if we're prioritizing, we should be prioritizing things such as the synthetic turf, which will be used by thousands of students or thousands of kids every year, rather than something that's sort of a field of dreams situation. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there questions for Mr. Rosenthal? Seeing none, City Clerk Robbins, and thank you, Mr. Rosenthal.
Libby Henry's coming in, followed by James and then Mike.
Hi again, everybody.
Welcome back.
I wanted to go back to what Mr. Law was saying, and I really object to being put into a little bottle and saying, well, not very many people are against this. Look at all the people who are for this particular project, referring to the Pleasant Hill project. And if he has been working on this project for 5 years, I would like to know, just like Mr. Rosenthal, why haven't any studies been done about this? There's no examples, no examples of any place, anywhere else where this sort of project would be done. Many people have come up with much better solutions. I did attend that first meeting with Matt, starts with an L. Anyway, and I mean, my total reaction to the entire thing is, this is insane. I don't understand why. And the way it was presented to us in that meeting was, well, they want to get the money, but it can only be used if they build this insane project, which makes no sense to me. The idea of a bridge over, a sidewalk bridge over Pleasant Hill Road makes sense. I understand that Caltrans is willing and ready to build or to install traffic lights, time traffic lights at the exits on the underpass. And, I really think this was very ill-conceived, not studied. Just every aspect of that project is just unbelievably bad. And I really am saying, do not include this in your actions. And I also like just a little comment about the Lafayette Park Hotel. I don't know why the city attorney is saying that that's not a public, just because there was a trust to try and restore it, that makes it not a public. I mean, the Lafayette Park Hotel has been here for ages. It's a historical building. That's not a public project.
I think you meant the theater.
Sounds good. Just one real quick thing about.
We've got a lot of speakers tonight, so
Jonathan.
Thank you very much.
On there.
Does any council member have a question for the speaker? Okay, Ms. Henry, thank you very much.
I want to consider about the safety of artificial turf. I have been a victim of falling and really almost breaking my ankle on artificial turf. That's all I wanted to say.
Okay, thank you very much.
James is coming in now.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Henry.
Hello, council members. James Davis. More people know me as Hunter Davis, 1254 Quant Road, just beyond the intersection where they're talking about removing the right turn lane to put in the path. I strongly object to Mr. Law's characterization of those of us in the neighborhood as being anti-bike and pro-car. We are, for the most part, willing to have a conversation around this topic. There's only been one community meeting. There should be several more before we request any funding. I think that that the nature of this coming up in the initial plan presented at the community meeting, where they did eliminate that right turn lane, was shocking to most of us in the neighborhood. If anybody's familiar with Pleasant Hill Road North, it's widely regarded as the worst intersection in Lafayette, and it has a F level of service in the afternoon rush hour, meaning a breakdown condition where the volume of traffic exceeds capacity. So to talk about a project where we remove one traffic lane used by approximately 10% of the drivers who go through that intersection was really beyond comprehension for most of us who live in the neighborhood. And the obvious solution to the problem, if they take away the right turn lane, is for cars to go down Ocalanes Avenue, which is a neighborhood filled with children, pets, pedestrians, cyclists, people walking dogs. And it really seems like Mr. Law is trading off his own interest and his own children's interest in his 15-year-old future children crossing two highway off-ramps, which are crosswalked and marked and soon will have reflective lights, for the well-being of the children in the Ocalanes Avenue neighborhood, with very little consideration for their safety other than the traffic study saying, put up a sign saying local traffic only. Finally, I really want to examine the relationship between Mr. Law and Mr. Lathrop on the engineering team. They seem to have a very close relationship as they've been working on this project. As you can see from the public comments, Mr. Law, in a very collegial manner, replied to Mr. Lathrop, referring to us protesting or speaking up against this project that involves removing the right turn lane as nut jobs in the public comments, page 60. I think by the transitive property, if you on the city council question this project in Mr. Law's mind, then you are also nut jobs. And I do not think that is a characterization that any of the citizens of Lafayette or the city council really approve of being referred to. So I would like the relationship between Mr. Law and Mr. Lathrop investigated to see what discussions have been going on behind the scenes there. Mr. Law and Ms. Herprich, who I appreciate her comments earlier regarding needing more time to study this project, have both referred to members of the community, including myself, as this project will not go forward if it involves the removal of the right turn lane. But in email correspondence also found in the public record, Mr. Lathrop would not commit to that. So there's somebody's lying. I don't know who it is. It's somebody involved in the project. I don't appreciate it. There's also, if we remove the right turn lane, the average travel time for somebody turning right is increased by 2 minutes. That's 190 cars by the traffic study, 6 hours.
Mr. Davis, thank you very much. Appreciate your comments. Does any on the council have a question for Mr. Davis? Okay, I'm just going to say that the words that you used were not Mr. Luttrop's words, and I'm sure that he does not agree with them. So
they were Mr. Law. They were Mr. Law's words, but
no, Mr. I said they were not Mr. Luttrop's words.
I agree.
So,
I agree. I said they were Mr.
Thank
Law's
you.
words.
Does anyone have any questions for the speaker? Okay, thank you, Mr. Davis.
Mike is coming in now, followed by Janet Thomas, Jeremy Levine, Jennifer Paul, Carol Singer, Stella Witherspoon, Kristen Altbaum, and Robert Lavoie.
Okay, and I will just mention that we will need to strictly enforce the 3-minute rule. So if I appear abrupt, it's because I am abrupt.
Carl, you'll be pleased to hear I'm trying to keep it short. So if I can
Thank
make
you,
2 minutes.
Mr. Griffiths, I appreciate your comments always being within the time limit.
No, my pleasure. So let me just jump in then. The current pathway proposal has significant shortcomings. I list 4. Those 4, no air quality analysis, although the relevant air district has already declared this an unhealthy, dangerous area, particularly for children riding uphill. Second point, an egregiously incorrect statement by the engineering manager on this proposal regarding the cost of the alternative pedestrian ramped overpass. He described it as enormously more expensive. In fact, it's less expensive as per Kristen Altbaum's proposal. Her proposal would satisfy a solution for many more children at a much lower cost. There's actually been no analysis of local school children bike traffic. So at the moment, we're asking for money on something where there's no basis in fact. This proposal comes across as rushed, overpriced, inadequate. It does not show our city or its administration in their best light. Locally, the staff proposal does not come close to satisfying the wishes of the overwhelming majority of Lafayette residents. I'm a great believer in student safety. I used to be a high school teacher myself, and would therefore strongly encourage the council to give proper, serious consideration to the draft proposal of Kristen Altbaum, which protects many more students at a much lower cost.
Mr. Griffiths, are you?
Yeah, I made it.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there
Sure.
questions for Mr. Griffiths? Okay, thank you very much.
Sure, pleasure.
Janet Thomas is coming in now.
Welcome, Ms. Thomas.
Good evening, Council. I'm going to make this very short. I think I actually, this is Janet Thomas. I live at 3206 Palomares, which is parallel to Acalanes Avenue in the neighborhood, which would be just adjacent to the bike path that's being discussed. I think I speak on behalf of most of my neighbors when I say that they feel that without a public hearing, a vote should not be made on this issue. It's very important that our neighborhood have a chance to voice their opinion about this. There are a number of concerns. So I also want to take this opportunity to thank Mike Moran and so many who have been looking at the safety of our schools. We have a new crosswalk near our house, speed bumps that have, really helped us slow down and pay attention to the fact that that we need to be mindful that there are children. But again, in conclusion, I thank Lauren Herpich, whom I know was very involved in this project. I thank her for recommending that this be taken off the list. I just don't think it's the right time to vote on this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you for agreeing to serve on the land acknowledgement task force.
You're welcome.
Appreciate
It's my
that.
pleasure, my honor.
Are there questions for Ms. Thomas? Okay, Seema, thank you very much.
Jennifer Paul is coming in now.
Welcome back, Ms. Paul.
Yes, thank you. Good evening again, Mayor, Council, and staff. Our city has been stating over and over again for a very long time, which I'm grateful, that safety around our schools is a huge priority. So we've already identified projects at all of the school sites. They have been vetted several times over. And what I have been hearing for the last 17 years that I have been living here is all we need is funding. So I would like to request that we bundle our projects. We have lots of items that are still on those lists that are currently unfunded, just as Lauren Herpich had suggested. We get our striping, we get our crosswalks, we get our walkways, and we ask our state representatives to help us finish our goal. As an example, as many of you know, I worked for the Safe Route to School for the 2013 report for Spring Hill. That is now 10 years old. It has been studied 3 times over since then, and there are several items that are still unfunded. I would also like to understand how the projects are chosen to be on the list. 4 items have come to the council this evening from staff, with little chance to get input from all of us, the public, before the items have to be submitted. Nor can the public or the council, as you, Mayor Andori, brought up tonight regarding including the Park Theater, we really can't come up with other ideas on such a short time frame. And I don't feel that this process is really indicative of how our city should work, nor the way I think we really do work in general. I think as Mike Griffith said, we're better than that. It doesn't present to be transparent, and it doesn't really allow for the public input that we're used to. So I think we need to be super straightforward with this kind of process. We had issues with it with OBAG, dealing with School Street and Topper Lane residents being upset with things being included. When we're looking for funding, I would just respectfully suggest we try and do it earlier, allow for the public input, and just do the process correctly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for Ms. Paul? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Cheryl Singer is coming in now.
Good evening, council members.
Welcome back.
comment. Thank you. I'd like to comment, first of all, on the park, longtime park and rec commissioner, the ball fields and the artificial turf. I don't know how many of you have children. You've driven all over to Wilder Fields, all over to other places. If I have driven my grandkids, that would benefit the most people, if you count the children as people, of any money you could spend, especially with lights, being able to play in the evening. It's been a long-standing idea, want of the Park and Rec Commission. My other comment is on the bike lane at Akalani. To me, totally missing from this study is what the kids think. I have 2 grandkids, twins, they're seniors at Akalani's now. When this first came up, I asked them, how many kids do you know who bike to school? 0. Okay. They've heard of them, but they don't know them. They're very few. Okay. There should be a study. When you get your driver's license, ask each kid, not the parents, but have a study. I see Commissioner Carringer laughing. Ask them if they will then ride their bike to school. It's a very simple question. I think you all know what kind of answer you will get. So if this is to benefit the kids, there should be a study of the kids. If they will ride their bike once they have their driver's license. Everyone that I know, if there isn't a parent car, they ride with a friend. All right. They do not ride their bikes once they have their driver's license. And really, for many parents, it doesn't make sense either. You don't want to send your kid off to college and they've never driven anywhere, hardly. It's where they learn how to drive. So I would suggest there be a study of the kids at Akalani's and how many would bike, this whole thing about the kids' perspective, not just adults saying they would ride if there was a bike lane. That doesn't make any sense. Thank you very much. I'm within my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Singer. Are there questions for the speaker? Okay, thank you very much.
You're being joined by Stella Witherspoon.
Welcome, Ms. Witherspoon.
Thank you. Good evening, council members, staff. I address you tonight as a private citizen and not in my capacity as a Transcert commissioner. And I support holding off on submitting the Pleasant Hill Road multi-use pathway for consideration for earmarks. The last public hearing on this pathway was on July 12th, and many residents expressed considerable concern about a loss of a dedicated right lane, among other items. However, just 3 days later, an OBAG 3 grant application was submitted for this project. I don't believe we should repeat this pattern and submit an earmark request on March 3rd or March 13th when the next meeting is March 8th. Next public meeting is March 8th. Wait until after the next public hearing on March 8th and hear what the public think of the 2 design options that will be presented, one of which is new and only posted publicly last Friday. I think you should also wait until the plan seeks subsequent hearings of Transcert and City Council before submitting the project for funding opportunities. Public participation is important, and the community should be included in the project development process. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions for the speaker? Okay, Ms. Witherspoon, thank you very much.
You're being joined by Kristen Alfong.
Hi, everybody. I would just like to echo Stella Witherspoon's comments. I really think that there needs to be more from the public. I did submit another design option last Friday, and just for people that are listening and who might not be privy to that, it's basically a bridge between Spring Hill and Acalanes that the bridge estimators believe is not going to exceed $3 million, and would connect the north end of the Acalanes parking lot next to the district building with the other side of the street that is going to be made into a pedestrian pathway, is my understanding, by O'Brien through the terraces. There's obviously things to work out with that. This is somewhat new, but I did get a lot of information, and more than anything, it's come so late because I wasn't aware that this grant funding was even available. I think if there's $4.3 million up for grabs from a transportation standpoint, that needs to be made available to the public so the public can put ideas on the table for staff to look at. And really what I would encourage you guys to do is, if you're looking to spend money tonight, like if you're looking to say, hey, where can we put our money? I'd say spend about $75,000 on a combination of hiring street light for 1 year. They are data analytics. I've mentioned that to you in a previous letter. They provide wonderful data analytics and a reputable, unbiased traffic consulting team that can set priorities for the whole city. I don't know if my pedestrian bridge is the right thing for this city. All I know is that North Lafayette has a tremendous amount more traffic issues than South Lafayette. And to give anything to South Lafayette that is going to make things worse in North Lafayette just seems like just such a terrible idea. That's just me. I think that's probably hundreds of residents in North Lafayette. We need help and we need priorities set, and we need that to happen without staff's input, because staff is too sided with certain people that the rest of your city, it's just a trustworthy situation.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for Ms. Altbaum? Okay, thank you very much for your comments.
You're being joined by Robert Lavoie.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. Real quick, wanted to comment on the Pleasant Hill Path project. I've ridden that road for several years with my junior high age kids on our bikes, so I'm quite familiar with it, between Moraga Road and Acalanes High School. The well-attended public meeting that Matt Luttrip hosted a few months ago, in my opinion, seemed to support that the public was not, or indicate that this public was not supportive of the project, especially with the elimination of the right turn lane. Significant concerns about traffic congestion on the regional route of significance, where we already have backups onto the freeway at like 4:30 in the afternoon on the reverse commute direction. So adding 2 minutes to that light at Stanley would just put more cars out on the freeway and potentially causing rear end accidents like I see regularly. The bridge option seems like a much more viable option. It's cheaper and would eliminate a lot of road crossings there. So it would help with the traffic situation, which is really what's needed because that road is so heavily used. And also Caltrans indicated they're installing the flashing beacons on all on-ramps and off-ramps. So that impact will be greatly appreciated. There are safer routes to get to that school. You can take Old Tunnel Road, cross at El Portola Bridge, and come down Camino Diablo and completely avoid the terrible air in the traffic corridor, and you don't reduce the traffic flow on a regional route of significance. Much more attractive place to ride your bike too. So if that's an alternate for safe route to school, then that should be considered. Quick question on the AstroTurf. We talked about the no pigs, so I won't bring that up. If we could just do the lights, it seems like that's sort of a no-brainer, whether we do the AstroTurf or not. But I wanted to know, is there a payback with the water savings? And it sounds like some of that's going to be eaten up with the replacement of the carpet every couple of years. But I'd like to see an actual payback calculated. One concern, if you're using organic materials for the infill, is that going to rot over time and then create little bumps and stuff all over the surface. Back to the case that people are going to say, well, if we put this bike trail at Pleasant Hill Road, more people will use it. There's a steep hill there. The elementary kids are too young to ride that. It's too difficult. And the high school kids have a bunch of junk that they have to haul back and forth to school. I just don't think that there's demand for it. So Carl, you're muted.
Thank you. Thanks for helping me on that. All right. Are there any questions for Mr. Lavoie? Okay, Mr. Lavoie, thank you very much.
Thanks so much.
You're being joined by Jeremy Levine.
Welcome, Mr. Levine.
Good evening, City Council. Lovely to see you tonight. Hope you can hear me all right. I want to say thank you to the council for your time. Thank you to our staff and our Townsend Affairs lobbyists for preparing these earmark proposals. These are all important proposals that reflect the city's priorities, some of which have been discussed for many years. And there's a particularly controversial one, the Pleasant Hill Road Bike Lane project, that I want to talk about today. I think under all the controversy of this project, there's one claim that I keep hearing people say, which is the city hasn't studied enough. There hasn't been a study. And I think it's important to recognize that the project has been discussed for several years, and there have been some studies about what the options are, what the impact would be. I'm looking at a 270-page preliminary analysis right now with a lot of traffic study in it. So it's not that it hasn't been studied, it's that people don't like what some of the study says. And that's fine, but I think that the question isn't about whether or not we need to study more, it's about what our options are and how we're going to move forward. And that's fine. The city has its public hearing process and a deliberation, and there might need to be more hearings, and you might not even move forward with this project. But I just want to be clear, like, there has been a study and it's been discussed for a long time. And that does get to my second point, which isn't just about this bike route project. It's about the city wanting nice things, because we want public paths, we want public parks, we want dog parks, we want bike lanes. What the heck, we want pickleball courts. But getting nice things is pretty hard when we bog every single infrastructure project down in endless years of deliberation and process. The safe route for Akalani's project has been discussed for a long time. People might not like the options, but they have had some time to discuss them and make comment on them in the past. And so we're going to extend the process, and that's fine. But I think we should consider, if we want nice things in the future, how we can make it easier to actually build them. Thank you for your time, and you know, I appreciate the hard work on these earmarks. So there are a lot of good proposals here besides just the bike path. So, you know, I'm sure whatever you do will be for the best of our city. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Levine. Are there questions? Okay, thank you very much.
You're being joined by John, to be followed by Colin Elliott.
And City Clerk Robbins, how many more speakers are lined up?
Well, I thought Jeremy was our last speaker, but I was wrong. Uh, Colin Elliott is followed by Cheryl, and I will tell you at this point, there are 2 more speakers.
Okay, thank you very much.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I just want to comment on some of the other comments that I've heard. I think, a lot of people might say, oh, we've discussed this bike lane path for years, but in reality, the project has been conceived by Eric Law and others as a solution, and that has been pushed for many years, but there have not been studies as to what the problem is, what are we trying to achieve. Let us get input from the entire community on the best way to solve those problems, and then move forward with a solution. We had a initial solution, which is stick this bike lane down the middle of a 4-lane pretty much highway. Eric Law talked about getting fresh air with bike lanes. Well, this is the last place you'd want to get fresh air. There seems to be significant flaws in the initial analysis done on this bike path. Initially, it was thought that it would fit with the existing amount of space we had. And there was significant amount of work and design done. And then when turned over to a consulting group, they realized, oh no, we actually don't have enough room. We have to get rid of the right turn lane. So to say that there has been lots of input, this has taken years. The community was only involved very recently. Before that, it was really just a pet project between Eric Law and members of the staff that have worked with him on it. And that's my comment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there questions for the speaker? Okay, seeing none, thanks again.
You're being joined by Colin Elliott, followed by Cheryl.
Hi, good evening, everyone.
Welcome.
Excuse my background. I was at a prior public meeting, and so I have a background up on a project I'm working on right now. But anyway, so I've just joined in, and I didn't think I'd be able to talk, but I'll just add a couple of things. And I did hear Jeremy Levine's comment, and I think the last speaker echoed or is saying what I'm going to say, which is, it's what's not been studied. It's what's frustrating people. It's if I was working for a client and I said, here's how we're going to design it, here's what it's going to cost, here's the engineering, but I did no demand side, like, but who's going to use it bit, I'd be fired. And that's the bit that's missing here, because what Mike will say is, well, yeah, if we did a survey of students now, there aren't that many people putting bikes, therefore that's no use. But whenever you guys do anything, you have to do fiscal impact studies. You do studies. They're not easy, but it doesn't mean to say you don't need to do them. So you can do this. You can look at, well, how many students live in the southeast part of the city? What's a reasonable guesstimate? And you can do some surveys of the students of who might actually use this and start to quantify it, because you're talking, it's up to 4.3 million now for 700 yards of bike lane. Just stop and think. And I think one of the reasons Lauren, I hear, has kind of said, we need to prioritize on some other safety issues around the other schools if we're going to go after that kind of money. This is one of those where the king just has no clothes, and nobody wants to stand up and say that, particularly on your side, because any time something's labeled as a safe route to school and safety for children, who on a council wants to stand up and be labeled with, oh, so you're not in favor of safety for kids? But that's the problem with this. That's just the cynical way it's been packaged. And that's really what I'm against. I think there's far better uses for money like this. You don't want to put your neck out at a federal level for a project like this, where you really have no idea how many people are going to use it. And it's a tiny, tiny stretch of lane. We know that the state's going to put in these flashing lights now. That's going to solve a lot of problems. You definitely have to withdraw this year. Do the more public meetings. And I do think you need to do a demand side study of this. It can be done. And I shall finish 18 seconds early, Carl.
Thank you, Mr. Elliott. Are there questions for Mr. Elliott? Okay, thank you.
Cheryl McDonald is coming in, followed by Peter Shearer. Anyone wishing to address the council on this topic, they would much appreciate it if you would raise your hands now so we know how many more speakers we have.
Oh, hello.
Welcome back, Cheryl.
Thank you. I'll try to keep it short by saying who I agree with. The last two speakers I agree with, and I appreciate what Stella Witherspoon said. I think this project has had one meeting, and I was at that meeting, and the meeting lasted hours, and most of the speakers there were against this project and a lot of them were living in the neighborhoods around there, but many of the people that spoke against it were outside of that area. A lot of them were surprised without much warning about that this project was even happening, and they got very little notice and came in frustrated with that. That's transparency issues, and I just don't think this project, as much as this one costs, should go forward, because we have a meeting on the 8th, and the public deserves a chance to have its hearings before a project is before funding is set out for. So I really hope that this is earmarked at a later time, even next year. I do have a question about the ball field. Just to confirm that this field will not create injuries to knees and shins and things like that from people falling, as old turfs were. I just want to confirm that. And thank you. Please delay the bike path project and look at other well-vetted projects to go forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. McDonald. And again, thank you to you for agreeing to serve on the Land Acknowledgement Task Force. We appreciate that. Are there questions for Ms. McDonald? Okay.
You're being joined by our last speaker, Peter Shearer.
You're still on mute.
Okay, hi. Thank you very much. Okay, I will be brief. I'm a 13-year resident of Lafayette, and I'm an 11th grader at Agalanes High School. And when I heard about the bike lane project, my initial reaction was, great idea, let's do that. But I need to set aside my own personal preferences and, try to reimagine my own childhood and how it could have been otherwise. And so I do like the idea of the demand side survey. Basically, do a well-designed survey of the high school students and ask them, if you had a choice, would you like to bike to school? And that would resolve a number of issues right away. Also, for the record, I live nearby the Lafayette Park Hotel, not the Lafayette Park Theater, nor do I live nearby the high school itself. And I yield my remaining time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Scherer. Are there questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
City Clerk Robbins, are there any other speakers?
There are no additional speakers at this time, Mayor Injury.
Okay, we'll bring this back to the council, and there were a couple of questions raised. I think, Jonathan, I could ask you to respond to them. Mr. Lavoy asked if there's a payback on the water savings. I think that was discussed earlier in the meeting, but if you could address that again, what the expectation is to, well, Mr. Lavoy asked specifically about water savings. I'd like to expand that just in terms of comparison between turf and grass and artificial turf, recognizing that there's greater use with the artificial turf.
Yes, so you maximize the benefit by adding the lights. Excuse me. I believe, as the city manager shared with you earlier, the hours increased from roughly 1,600 hours to 1,900 hours with synthetic turf to nearly 3,000 available hours by adding synthetic turf and lights. So the greatest benefit does come from lights, which in some ways could be achieved through the just adding the lights without adding the synthetic turf. However,
the one number we didn't get was the usage with existing turf plus lights. Do you know where
yes,
that comes in?
I don't have that specific calculation for us tonight. It is it's fairly insignificant in its impact, in that your increase just by adding the synthetic isn't that great. It's really just the rain days and the days that we lose post rain. Especially with the drought years, we have costs that we're weighing here. Have water savings with synthetic turf, but being in drought, we have had less impact due to rain impacts, which really is caused by the adding of the synthetic turf without the lights. So our greatest benefit does come from adding the lights. However, it doesn't help with the pig protection and with that drought protection, because the other is the rising cost of water. For safety reasons, when we enter those drought conditions, there's sometimes talks about asking municipalities to dial back their water. And sometimes we may have to dial back our water to a point where the fields become unsafe, unplayable, and we have to close them altogether. There were times just this last season where it was beginning to look like the turf was getting to a point where there were chances we were going to have to shut down the entire season for Lafayette Little League at that time, which could impact soccer or Little League, which really are the only two leagues that get to play on our fields, because we do have such limited play time and high demand. So we don't have any adult play in any other sports outside of soccer and baseball that are getting to utilize the city fields. Another reason that we're putting in this ask to try and increase that available play time.
Okay, and then the other question from Cheryl McDonald was about injuries to knees and shins from artificial turf and how that was factored. Is that a factor, I guess?
There are a lot of growing studies about injuries on the turf and different types of play. A lot of the injuries have to do with larger athletes than we're dealing with out on our fields. Typically, like I said, we have limited ages that can get into our very limited field space. We would like to increase that. Anything that would be installed, I described earlier the turf itself that has the infill, and there was a question about the safety of the infill and what could happen as the organic infill broke down. It's a narrow, maybe at the most 1 inch layer of that infill that is embedded in the grass, and then below that there is a pad. The pad that we spec'd when we were looking at the turf was the thickest and safest pad that we could have for sort of that industry standard level, so that we could incorporate various sports. So that was taken into consideration while we were considering the design, knowing that Community Park has our largest fields. It would likely serve our oldest and largest residents, and also be able to serve the younger ones as well.
Okay, thank you. All right, Councilmember Garringer.
Sorry, I was raising my hand. Did any council members have questions? Is that where you're moving to? And I wanted to.
We are now in questions or comments, so feel free.
You. Thank you. I will have comments, but while Jonathan is right there on his mic, would you please state again exactly which fields would be included in the turf proposal or are included in the turf proposal?
So this ask for the grant, we would be requesting for community park upper and lower fields.
Okay, so it would not, because I noticed in some of the comments, there were concerns about proximity to Stanley, Burton Valley, other school related properties. None of those are included in this grant proposal.
No, only the city owned and controlled fields, which are the community park and Buckeye fields. And the first ask and the grant ask would be community park.
Thank you. And then may I ask just a couple of questions, Mayor Andori, or do you want me to? Okay.
No, please.
And some of these are, and I do want to thank the public and remind everyone again in the public and both written and those who came this evening that we do listen. I know I can speak on behalf of my colleagues that we read every comment and we do listen to every comment. So thank you very much for bringing those forward. But I do want to address a couple of things that were brought up. And so Nirup, when did we learn about the senator's deadlines for these this year's cycle for the Senate?
I don't recall the exact date. I can check my emails, but it wasn't more than 2 to 3 weeks ago.
Okay, I'm going to say 2 weeks because in my day job we got them around that time too. So and then in looking at, there were a number of comments, and I appreciate this, but that about that these projects just kind of came out of nowhere. I'm paraphrasing, nobody said this exactly, and that they haven't had any public facing opportunity. And I will just state that I know that the path has been on has been before the council, has been before a number of their community groups. I know that just last month we had our Trans-Circ and City Council joint meeting, and I went back and looked to make sure, but on the work plan, this path and the design element of this path based on the funding that the city manager pointed out are on the work plan and have been in a list of projects that the council had said to move forward with in looking at the design. So I know the next meeting, public meeting, will be March 8th, and then there'll be a council TCC meeting and then a council meeting. Parks and Trails and Rec have studied and prioritize the turf. I know when I was on the school board, we talked about this and lights many times. And so that particular project and has had public input, including many, and where we are now with turf is different from where we were then in looking at the turf. Creeks, in terms of the West Reach project, has been on the Creeks Commission as a priority and has been studied. And I don't know how many people go to the Creeks meetings, but everyone in the public is very much welcome to go there. And then the East Bay Mud Aqueduct Trail may not be one that we have all heard about on a regular basis. And I do appreciate staff adding it, but way back, Dick Holt, Marshall, a number of different, Marshall Duncan, number of people who have served on Bike Ped and other community groups have studied that particular area. I'm intrigued by the idea of if for either the Senate or for when the House, I understand the House has not released their deadlines. If a design for a dog park could go in, I'm not sure it can happen this cycle, but I appreciate that idea on that. So I just wanted to just address that I believe that every project that is on this list is transparent, has shown up on that list in a transparent way, and that our staff works very, very hard. And I'm a little offended on their behalf, that people make assumptions and presumptions about their biases and whose side they're on and whose side they're not on. And I believe they're on the side of the whole community and that they work very hard. And so sorry for that little bit of a soapbox, but a number of the comments and comments that came in kind of hit buttons for me. I will, for comment's sake, Mayor, say that I do support, because of the timing and all of that, for this particular list of grants going to the Senate, not including the path, for a number of reasons that have been stated. I do believe that we are going to continue moving forward with studying it. It's on the TCC work plan. The council has asked that it continue to be studied. But I don't think that with the time that we have, that I would necessarily support keeping it in there. I do support moving forward with the turf project and as staff has presented, and then potentially coming back and having another meeting to look at how to do letters of support for other community options that may be brought forward to the House, who again have not set their deadline yet. But the California legislature will be very limited in the amount and the projects that may or may not go forward. But I saw today that their deadline is April 28th. So thank you for allowing me to use up all that air and time. But thank you.
And I, with the part one of your commenting on the comments, I want to say I am in complete agreement. I have never seen an example where staff are working with a select group against the interest of the community, or even to the exclusion of the community, or even showing any slight favoritism to a particular group within the community. So the extent people are wondering what council think about that, I have not seen any example of that with the staff. And I do want to say that the city manager and I had a conversation this afternoon, and a proposal that she made, but I'll let her elaborate on this, is that perhaps we create a running list of projects so that we have them prioritized far in advance of when these deadlines come up, so that we've had, say, I might do this again in 6 months, so that we've talked about all the projects, we have all the projects that people are interested in come out. We very much appreciate the staff proposing these projects, but I think if we had more time, we might also say, yes, we should bundle some of the Safe Route to School projects and go for a bundle of projects. So I see Manager Srivatsa, if you want to comment further on that, I think that's your idea was a great one.
Well, I do appreciate the public's comments that there's not enough time. None of these projects are new, and that's why we brought it before you, but it would be good to have a list of priorities from each department and their commissions, that we can, at a moment's notice, if we get a deadline of tomorrow, we know that those projects have been supported by the city council. It's only fairly recently that we've started becoming aggressive at the council's direction to apply for a number of grants, particularly in the CIP arena. But we can definitely work at staff level to develop a calendar and maybe come up with a process by which at this time next year, when we are getting requests, there will be a list that the council would have already seen and endorsed.
Thank you. Councilmember Kendall.
Great idea. Do we need to add like our ledge subcommittee for speed? Would that be something that, because these things come fast, right? And if we've got 2 council members and we kind of give them some extra powers to help you work through stuff, if that would be helpful. I'm just like, I totally like the way you're going on that one. It was actually one of my ideas here too, to support that. And I do it as best and as, efficiently as you can think of. I think that would be wonderful. So could we add, is there time to add a dog park to the aqueduct plan? Just asking.
Councilmember Kendall, are you suggesting a dog park on the aqueduct trail?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
That was the idea that came in, right?
I do not recall a dog park on the aqueduct trail, but it's been 10 years since that study came.
No, we were just wondering if there would be time on the cycle to add just, and possibly a dog park to the design, because we're getting money for a design, right?
If we have a site, yes.
Okay, got it. Okay. All right. So this is maybe something to think about later.
Well, and would it be accurate to say if we prioritized the pedestrian bicycle pathway, that's one of the things that could be looked at?
Right.
I don't think we need to specify that now, but that could be
Okay,
something.
Good. Perfect.
Okay,
And then
sorry, go ahead.
I'll take Teresa's lead and just follow her lead and say that, yes, I'm not comfortable with including item 3 in our grant proposals at this moment. And it just for so many reasons, all the things people said and more. And so I think it's just not quite there yet. And I think we have time.
Okay, and how would you prioritize 1, 2, and 4?
Oh, do we have to prioritize those?
Well, I asked something about that earlier. I think it would be a good thing if we had in our own minds, if it comes up in the next week or so, we won't have time to consider it again. So I think it would be useful for the council to prioritize.
I think we should definitely include the aqueduct. And I think that's almost a priority to me. So I would, 1 and 4 are first, and then 2.
Well, which do you have first?
If they think the money's out there, the 2.5 million is out there, go for it. But if it's not, because the money difference is very different, right?
Right.
And so that would be up to Townsend or the lobbyists to go, okay, yay, which one do you think we're going to get?
Okay, so I've got you down as 1, 4, 2.
Correct.
Okay, Vice Mayor Dawson.
I agree that I think that number 3 should wait. And by the way, thank you, Councilmember Geringer, for your defense of the integrity of our staff. They're wonderful, and the way they work is to me above question and above any doubt. I actually might also, before prioritizing, I have to say the project number 1, I have some issues with synthetic turf. There's just so much. These are forever chemicals, as Wei Tai alluded to. I don't want to understand that, because that's our community park. It backs up to open space. Is there any issue with stormwater runoff into our creeks from this material? There's a lot of questions for me that I think I wouldn't really want to forward that until I could understand that better. But I would want to make sure that we submitted something for the lights, especially if the lights can add to the playtime there. I think that would be important. So if there's a way that that can go forward with that aspect, I think that's reasonable. I just have a discomfort with the synthetic turf. A lot of cities are banning that, so we would want to understand what the story is there. If I were to prioritize, I think the East Bay Mud Project, the Aqueduct Project would be great. Obviously, creeks, whatever we can do to support, the creek development and the improvements there, I would also want to prioritize. But if Jonathan, if there was a way to put that forward with just lights, I would say that would be number 1. And then with the East Bay Mud, I guess it would be 1 for, what is that? No, not 1. Yeah, one with the lights, and then the East Bay Mud, and then the creeks, if I had to prioritize.
Okay, thank you. And Councilman Geringer, what is your priority?
Let me see if I can remember the numbers. So I think one, with all, and I do appreciate the concerns and also appreciate the research and everything that the PTR has done and will do, you know, as they move forward, if we get the grant on the turf. So I would say project number one, turf and lights, project as presented. I'm really torn between the East Bay Mud project because, you know, it is very, so I'm going to go for East Bay Mud and then number two, the creeks. But I want them all. No.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Councilmember Kwok.
Thank you. So the 4 projects, I'm excited about 2 of them, especially number 1, the East Bay Mud Aqueduct project, which I think is timely for our housing element and our downtown specific plan. I think if we can get that going, it's synergistic with what we need to do immediately on the other 2. And then secondly, the West Ranch Creek work, I think that's something also non-controversial in my mind. And so I would endorse those 2 to move forward. On the Pleasant Hill Road bike path, I think I'm in favor of finding a solution that's gonna, if we invest in that intersection, which is very challenging, let's make it better for everybody. Let's make it better for pedestrians, bikes, cars, and it's a win-win-win. I'm looking to see how we can deploy whatever, 4.3, 5.3 million. It's got to be better, right? So let's work on it. I think the progress that the community has made, difficult as it may be, is all moving forward. We took away a right-hand lane. Now it's back in. You know, let's keep adding and giving that feedback, hopefully with positive energy and cordial commentary. I think about positive solutions, and we could make it even better. So I don't think we're ready to submit that in March. And so I don't mind waiting 6 months or even 1 year if we can get the community lined up around a win-win-win situation for what is really a critical intersection, and we can make it better. I think we should try to make it better. Let's not leave it as an F, right? That I think we said that before. So this is, you know, a couple $1 million to make it better. So I think we defer on that. The last one would be on the turf and the lighting. My concern is really just purely technical on what is the composition of the materials we're using there. If it uses PFAS, that would concern me because that's a substance that in my own profession, we are studying the use of PFAS in manufactured materials, and it is worldwide being studied. I just got out of a conference where the Europe was going to ban it first, or the United States. It turns out the state of Maine is the first place in the world that has put regulations in place to phase out the sale of items manufactured with PFAS and so forth because of the concerns about the health risks, which are not really well understood right now. So I would rather go slow. Synthetic turf, I believe, does have a PFAS component historically. PFAS, by the way, is a chemical. It just makes things slippery or resist water. So it's in a lot of things. And I would just see, I'm glad to see that staff has already looked into the crumb rubber, that is the shredded tires piece, because that one is also being studied by the EPA for toxicity. And so I think that's great that we walked away from that. But I'm also just not ready to vote on, you know, putting this forward for funding as we sit here right now. I hate to delay, but I just think on this one, it's a long-term asset that we should just better understand the health effects on our community. And if we can delay even 1 year until we better understand it, I would feel more comfortable. So I would deprioritize that one. I'm okay with the lights if we could cut, you know, bifurcate the product and do the lights. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. All right. First, I want to thank staff for all this work, but I want to particularly thank, and it may have been Mike, it may have been Patrick, who put together the item number 4, because I think that is very, very important. And actually, that would be my first priority, because I think finding ways to get around the downtown on foot or on a bicycle are just going to be critically important in the years ahead. And I agree completely with, I think it was the city manager who said that we need to be ready because we're not able to ask projects that are being proposed now for these amenities because we don't have them in the plan. But I also want to say I recognize how ambitious this can be, because I remember in 2012 when this came out and they looked at bicycle and pedestrian overpasses over First Street and Oak Hill. Those are fairly expensive projects, but if that sort of thing is necessary in order to keep cars off the streets, if we're doubling the amount of people downtown, then we need to be ready to at least consider it. We need to have the planning. So I put number 4 as my first priority, and I put the creeks as the second priority. And the only, I'm just a little bit hesitant because I realize how important it is to have the playing fields. But as I told the city manager when we were talking this afternoon, I have this concern about synthetic playing fields. And I'm very interested in what Councilmember Kwok had to say. I think we need to look at this more. And, you know, it's too bad we're in this position because, I mean, we really need the extra time on the field. So I don't know if the putting in a request for lights, if we did lighting, does that, you know, in terms of sequencing, does that cause any issues later with moving to a synthetic turf? I'll just raise that for Jonathan.
It's something that may need to be taken into consideration with the design, and something the community may want to consider when we're talking about the drought impacts as well as the pig impacts and how that's going to work with the field. So it will likely need to go back to the commission for further discussion. It's good that they have this information and we can take some time to look at the products that go into the turf and watch those studies. They have been monitoring, and there are commission members that have been monitoring various items surrounding safety and synthetic turf and the potential impacts. I know the question has come up among the commissioners. It does continue to appear in our plans, the CIP and some of the programs as they're going forward. So I know they are still leaning towards synthetic and lights being the highest and best advantage for the city. But then the second we start talking about just lights, then we go a few more months without rain and we're on the other side. Where really that safety and the potential for closing the fields comes into question. So it is something that we are continuing to monitor, but whether or not we're getting the full benefit without both is really something to take into consideration.
Okay, Councilmember Geringer.
I also, and have no magic, no sort of insight on this, but I would think that the lights by themselves is not as appealing or competitive on a competitive grant for a community like ours. I just I agree, you know, with the concerns and all of that. Still would love to support the Parks, Trails, and Recs in moving forward with that because of the crossover benefit to our schools and, you know, all of those things. So, but appreciate the concerns, also trust that the Parks, Trails, and Rec have also been looking at those concerns and any new research before they would continue that before any grant award would take place. So I'm still very much, I would advocate if we decide to leave the turf project on, that it stay turf and lights, not just lights. Absolutely agree on the East Bay Mud project. And as I was starting to go back and forth on, it was that project versus the creeks. I think that the trail project and active transportation is still very much a priority, I would think, in these kinds of decisions. And has been in the last couple of years. And with that, I would like us, if we could find a way to also at some point add the creeks in there, that would be great. But I would definitely still support the East Bay Mud project, but the turfs and Only the turf and light project, not just adding the lights in.
Okay, so I'm going to try to, I got a chart of what each of you said, and I'm going to try to synthesize that, and then you tell me if you agree with it. But
We're not going to do a survey monkey or something
oh,
actively.
this is even better. So what I'm hearing is that what we'll do is put forward 3 projects. We'll prioritize them in the following order. First is the playing fields, turf, and light, with the understanding that starting now, the Park, Trail, and Recreation will look again into the issues that have been raised tonight, so that if by some miracle, because I think we all need to realize the fact that we got 3.1 million last year, that was a miracle. That if we get this, by the time we get it, we need to have studied it. And if we decide we don't want synthetic turf, then we won't accept the grant. Second would be the study for the pedestrian bicycle pathway along the East Bay Mud Aqueduct. And third would be the Creeks project. So does that sound acceptable to everyone? Okay, oh, sorry.
I just want to say,
Dawson.
I personally don't believe number 1 isn't a priority, my priority, but if that we're saying that's the majority of how we want to prioritize, that's fine. I would only, like I say, I've had too many problems with synthetic turf. And it's just kind of is similar to if we go out with the ask for specifically synthetic turf and lights and we get that grant, it's like, well, then we're going with synthetic turf. Like, I don't see how we could not do it. So I'm just lodging, like, that's not my priority, but if that's the majority, then sure. No.
Okay.
For the record, I had to state that.
Yeah, no, I understand that. And what I'm saying is I'm hoping that Park, Trail, and Recreation will look at that. If there's a determination in the next 3 months that no, we know more now and we don't want it, we'll have to write to somebody to withdraw that request. But we'll do that.
Okay.
I share, maybe not to the same degree, but I share the concern that you and Councilmember Kwok have about the synthetic surface. But I'm doing a consensus, and I take it from the consensus that is our number 1 priority. Councilmember Kwok?
I think you phrased it very well, so I'm supportive of what you just articulated. Thank you.
Okay, now we don't need a motion, do we? Would this be sufficient direction to staff?
Yes, it is, Mayor. And again, we will work with our lobbyist and funding consultant, because they might say project 4 is really is more attractive for a certain to a certain legislator. So if you can give us that flexibility of working with them to slot these projects in the best possible fashion.
Yeah, that is everyone on board with that? That sounds perfect.
And if you're ready for a motion, I'm happy to.
No, I don't think we need a motion. I think that's the direction, right? We don't.
Does approve the list of projects to be submitted?
With the exception of project number 3.
Okay, then, okay.
And then staff direction was around the priorities with flexibilities.
Okay, so I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Okay. All right, is there a second?
Second.
All right, moved by Councilmember Geringer, seconded by Councilmember Kandel. Councilmember Kandel.
Aye.
Councilmember Geringer.
Aye.
Councilmember Kwok.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Dawson.
Aye.
And I'm an aye, so it's unanimous. Direction is given.
Thank you.
All right. Mike, Jonathan, Narup, thank you very much for all the guidance on this.
Thank you.
It is now almost 11 o'clock. Can I see, does somebody, well, shall we keep going or take the break?
I think we can keep going. Yeah.
I'm good with that.
Okay.
And I think so too. I was raising my hand to ask what motion you need before 11 o'clock.
Oh, is 11
Richard?
o'clock?
You,
At 10:54, don't we have? Thank you, Joanne. What do we have to do?
You have to vote to continue your meeting.
Okay, so could I have a motion to continue till midnight?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, moved by Councilmember Quack, seconded by Vice Mayor Dawson, Councilmember Candell,
Aye.
Councilmember Garinger,
Aye.
Councilmember Quack,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Dawson,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. It's unanimous. Okay, so we are authorized to continue until midnight. We are now on item 10AB. No, sorry, 10B. Oh, the jet lag. All right, Chief Albert, I will turn it over to you and to Mike Moran.
Good evening, Council. I'll move through this quickly. We've been talking about traffic safety, pedestrian safety, reducing traffic collisions, and as we move into 2023, one of the conversations is how can we slow down vehicular traffic to ensure that safety. At the PD, and I know Mike will talk about his side of the house, but for better or for worse, we're a very finite resource as far as officers go. Today was just another example of what our patrol officers were doing. Around 5 o'clock, as I was getting ready to head home to get ready for this council meeting, our officers were stopping a car that had been driving through Moraga and Lafayette that was associated with a auto burglary and theft in Dublin after someone had visited a bank. They followed them and stole some stuff out of their vehicle. Our officers were able to locate the vehicle, make a stop, but it just takes away from other priorities that we continue to talk about in this town, in our city. So in looking at how we can be more effective in deploying our resources, I have proposed, and I'm proposing tonight, that we invest in some technology, if you will, to better utilize our resources at the PD and better utilize the resources at the city when we talk about slowing vehicles down. If someone calls us and says, hey, cars are flying by my residence all the time, we want that input. But if we talk about putting out an officer there to potentially do speed enforcement, to issue citations, do you put them out in the morning? Do you put them out in the evening? What is the best way to utilize a finite resource? And tonight, I'm proposing that we move ahead with purchasing some equipment that allow us to collect better data. The goal behind collecting this data is this is data that we can share publicly. It'll be in the form of portable radar signs that we can post up at various locations throughout town. It'll be in the form of speed trailers that also collect data. It'll be in the form of what we call black boxes or speed recording data boxes that are passive, where people don't notice them, but they're collecting data. And also investing in some equipment for officers to go out and do speed enforcement. We have not invested in this at the PD in quite some time. Our existing speed trailer is pretty much defunct or barely keeping it alive. Our LiDAR units are fairly well aged. They were purchased well before my time as your chief. We have one portable radar sign right now. We're finding good results with it, so we want to invest in some more of those. And then our current black box is pretty defunct. It's well over a decade old, and we want to be able to collect better data. The goal behind the collecting the data is, again, deploying our resources at the PD more wisely or more efficiently. Also share this data with the council, share it with the public, and then also share with Mike and his team, including Patrick. And when we do analysis and we get requests for various speed bumps or additional signage or reducing the speed limit in an area, if we have good data, I think it allows us to make more informed decisions. And so the equipment I'm proposing to purchase in the staff report is allow us to be more effective Understand we have a very finite resource and staff. We do have a lot of concerns in our community that we continually are talking about. How can we be more effective? Quarterly, I meet with city finance personnel to evaluate our budget at the police department. And currently we are doing very well on our budget, and the purchases that I'm proposing in the staff report can be accommodated with my existing police services budget with no additional ask from the council at this time. In the future, we may come back with data that says, hey, we need to do more enforcement, and that may involve potentially authorizing some overtime to come out and do more effective enforcement. But this time I feel like for me to ask to spend money on overtime may not be money well spent versus investing in technology that has a long lifespan for us at the police department and for the city. Collect that data. My goal is that if you approve it, excuse me, we'd make this data publicly available on the city's website. And I've already discussed with staff on how we would collect the data, share it on the city's website. So if someone wants to know about our most recent speed survey, if you will, not in the traditional speed survey sense, but hey, you guys went out on Pleasant Hill Road at this location, you collected data for 5 days. What did that data look like? Okay, well, we logged 30,000 cars coming through this location. Here are the speeds. I used the example when I spoke with Mayor Anduri and our city manager. We have one portable radar sign that we put out on Upper Happy Valley at the request of a citizen who was complaining about speeders through their neighborhood. In the amount of time we had it out there, we collected data on about 15,000 vehicles. And I won't go through all the data points, but 13 plus thousand of the vehicles were following the speed limit. They were going below or at the speed limit. You had some outliers that are going 5-10 miles above the speed limit. And then this person was absolutely right. Yes, some people flying through there. And so if we can better identify when those times are and deploy our resources more efficiently and still get the desired outcome of slowing people down to improve traffic safety, pedestrian safety, I view that as a win, but also having data that's available to our public and to our council and to Patrick and Mike and the efforts that they are working on. And so that is the goal with this proposal, at least from my side of the house. I know Mike will speak about what him and Patrick are working on, but these asks tonight are within our budget. We're not asking for additional funding, but we want your support and your approval for us to move forward on these purchases. I don't have exact ETAs on every item yet because I've gotten quotes, but I don't have ETAs on some of these items. But our goal is that as soon as we have your approval, we'll start purchasing these items. We'll put a timeline together, identifying our arterial roadways, our main commuter routes, getting input from Patrick and Mike, and also being accessible to members of our public through the traffic action requests. That if you have a residential street in your area that you're concerned about, that we can deploy some of these resources to collect the data, to share that data with the neighborhood, to share with the public. And so I'm excited. We move priorities around sometimes at the police department, but we are a little lackluster in this technology right now. And so that's why I'm proposing it tonight in an effort to improve traffic and pedestrian safety. So I'll turn it over to Mike to talk about his component of it, and then of course questions afterwards.
So just on the public works and transportation planning side, this complements what we'd like to do as well. The council knows we're completing a local roadway safety plan. I think we have our 4th meeting. We have a date certain set now for the 4th meeting on that. But to complement that local roadway safety plan, staff wants to update our traffic calming guide, if you will, or traffic calming manual. The last one we had was 20 years ago, 2003, I believe. And part of that traffic calming manual will basically say, if you're making a request for traffic calming, you're going to have some data that supports, needing to be slowed down, so to speak. So taking advantage of this technology is going to be a big part of that. Having that in-house capability and having some mobile equipment as well that we can just put at this street for 1 week and and move to another street another week will be very helpful too, because staff is getting a lot of requests to slow people down. We're all hearing it, but with the limited enforcement resources, there's only so much we can do. So it makes sense to target the worst offenders as best we can and utilize this technology and actually implement some physical elements if we need to, such as speed humps. But let's use them where we need them most. And this will help a process, and I'll be able to show one neighborhood perhaps why you got an answer to install something, and another neighborhood why the data really didn't show you had the need comparative to somewhere else. So I think it's going to be helpful, and I think what we'd like to implement complements what the chief's proposal is. Our side of that, we have some consultant fees also that we believe we can absorb in our operating budget that I have in engineering consultant fees that's already been approved to get that traffic calming element in there, the traffic calming manual that again is going to be like a follow-up local roadway safety plan complement. I think, and this could have been my misunderstanding or I don't know if it's false information I put out there, but we have sort of a moratorium, if you will, on some of the traffic calming elements that the council put into place until we completed this local roadway safety plan. And I think that everybody thought, okay, as soon as we get done, it'll be black and white what we can do and what we can't do. That's not really the case. The local roadway safety plan is a statewide document that has a certain format, and it's not necessarily intended to be that traffic calming manual. So as we got further into it, we really learned that we needed an update to our own traffic calming manual, which will still complement the local roadway safety plan. It's just that plan was not going to be complete enough for us to tell neighborhood A that you can have this and neighborhood B that you can't have that. So we would like to do that simultaneously and get started on that. And as I said, we believe we have the funding within our consultant fees to actually get that done, so that shortly after that local roadway safety plan is in place, we could have this manual in place as well. That's it.
Okay, great reports. Thank you very much. We'll take council questions and then open it to the public and then bring it back. So Councilmember Geringer.
Thank you. So yes, great report, and very, very excited about the ability to have this data, and also that we will still be enforcing as we're moving forward with this. I did have one question, and it's on the third piece of equipment, on the low profile radar boxes. That's the only item that I didn't see a cost estimate for. And so I was trying to do some math and was curious about that one.
If we can go to the next question, let me go to my computer bag.
Oh, okay.
We'll grab it out. That's my fault for not putting that in there, but give me 1 second to grab it on my bag.
Yeah, and of course it's easier to edit these things, Chief, than
Well, I would say this: the overall cost on the number of items per technology, we're looking at about $50,000 to $60,000 overall. And again, that being absorbed within my police services 210 budget, if you will. But yeah, I'll go off camera for 1 second and grab that on my back. Sorry about that.
That's okay. I was roughly in that ballpark.
So we're looking around 50 to 60,000. I will say on these items, specifically on the portable LiDAR sign or radar signs, I've heard good results from other police departments with these portable or movable signs. Obviously, we have some permanently affixed ones in town, specifically on Release Valley Road. They're at a lower cost item, and I think we're finding them really, really effective, and we're getting a lot of requests from the community, we may look at investing in a couple more. Again, 1 or 2 more would be easily absorbed within my police services budget, not being an additional request. But so I don't want to go overboard on one item until we really identify if this is the most effective. Some of these items are more potentially educational, right? The black boxes, if you will, or the low profile items, those are more passive. People won't notice those. We're collecting data. And then some will have flashing lights that says you're speeding. But all these items, just to reiterate, if anyone in the public's listening, none of these record license plates or personal data. So when you talk about sharing the data, it is simply sharing 5,000 cars came through these 2 days. Here are the speeds coming and going from the radar collection site. So that's why I'm excited about the opportunity to share. It's not collecting personal data. We don't have any privacy issues with that. There's no license plates, no data being shared about the individual that may or may not be speeding, but simply giving us just the raw data. So.
Okay, thank you. And thank you to Mike and Narup and Mayor. I'll have other comments after, but.
Okay, other questions? No. Okay, let's open it for public comment.
If any member of the public would like to address the City Council on item 10B, you raise your hand now. I'm going to bring in Stella Witherspoon, followed by Robert Lavoie.
Good evening, council members. I just wanted to express my support for this request. I was so happy to see this in the council packet. I think it's just great to be able to leverage technology like this and try to make a dent in our speeding problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions for the speaker? Okay, Ms. Witherspoon, thank you very much.
Robert Lavoie is joining you now.
Hello again. I would like to support these devices as well. And I was wondering how soon we could get one of those boxes out on Pleasant Hill Road for the March 8th meeting. So anyway, it sounds very exciting, and it seems like a way to get some actual analytical data to help make these decisions about, you know, the need for calming and the need for this and that and the other thing. So I'm all very supportive of this. Sounds exciting.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for the speaker? Okay, Mr. Lavoie, thank you.
Thanks a lot.
There are no other speakers at this time, Mayor Andrew.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll bring it back to the council. Chief Aldrich, did you find your number? Oh, that's okay. If you don't worry about
I
it.
gave him a pass. He rounded up.
Yeah, don't worry about it. Sorry.
I think I left it at my desk, but I would say this. I think based on the feedback I think that we're getting tonight, I'd be happy to generate, whether we're making an internal memo or a staff report for consent. If you approve us moving forward, I'd be happy to get an ETA or an estimated time of arrival for each piece of equipment once we place the orders with the vendor, just so that the public knows that we did move forward and that some items may take a month, some items may take 2 months, and so they can get a better idea of when we're going to roll this technology out. But I will just end with this. We've already identified a staff member within the PD, Andy Comley, who will help me manage the deployment, manage the data, the sharing of the data, both with the public and with our traffic engineer. So we do have we've already identified a rough framework for once we have it in our hands, we're going to be proactive in getting this equipment out there so we can start sharing data as quickly as possible.
Sounds great. Okay, are there council member comments? Council member Kwok.
I just want to say that I think this is a smart proposal. I really I want to salute you yet again for continuing to build up your technology resources and really finding cost-effective solutions for our city that are very, very forward-thinking, powerful, and hitting all the right notes. So good job. Keep up the great work, and love the synergies here with Mike Moran, and that it's just all very well thought out. So thank you, Chief, for all the time and effort there.
Councilmember Kendall.
Can I just make a motion?
Sure. Let me say before you make the motion,
Okay.
I am just very excited about this proposal and Public Works and the police department coming together to make this proposal. I think it's going to have a great impact on the safety of our community, but it's also the public transparency part of it. I think is a great factor because people, the more information we can put out about what's happening on the streets and people get a real sense of what's actually happening is going to be very, very helpful. So thank you for the thought that went into this proposal. And over to you for the motion.
Yes, and ditto on all of your great comments. This is a wonderful project. I will make a motion to authorize purchases and authorize study to update program policy document within the current allocated budget.
And I'm happy to second.
Okay, a motion from Councilmember Kendall, seconded by Councilmember Geringer. Councilmember Kendall.
Aye.
Councilmember Geringer.
Aye.
Councilmember Kwok.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Dawson.
Enthusiastic aye.
And I'm an aye as well, so it's unanimous. And so I think the sense of the council, Chief, is as soon as you can order that equipment, the better. So thank you.
Thank you all, and I'll be happy to put a report together once we have a better timeline for each specific item. So thank you.
Great. Okay, thanks. All right, we are on to item 13A, council member report on activities. Who would like to go first? Somebody's got to go first, or I'm going to talk about my vacation in Amsterdam. Wait time.
Okay.
Councilmember Kwok.
Yes, I'm happy to report that on last Wednesday, February 22nd, I represented the city council at Senator Glazer's town hall in Orinda, where there were about 80 to 100 attendees from La Morinda. And I'm very glad that Lafayette had a pretty good turnout. Orinda had their home crowd, but we were very respectable there. The senator shared his 2022 legislative successes, along with his 2023 legislative plans, and including things like focusing on a 4-year graduation rate. If we can get students through our colleges more quickly, it'll save money. And everything to consumer protection initiatives for online hotel bookings is on his list. Student loan forgiveness, being exempt from income tax was also something he discussed. Many things. I just give you a little flavor of the types of things. He did give me 3 minutes to offer up the status of Lafayette, and I use that 3 minutes to say that all is well in our good city. However, things could always be better, right? So this year, as I looked into 2023, my main ask was that on the housing element, observing 2022, our relationship with state agencies, I think could be much improved in 2023, where I asked for better collaboration between state agencies and our staff, because I think, unfortunately, I sort of feel there's like contentious or maybe adversarial role between state agencies and cities. I think this is not productive in the years where the housing element has got really big numbers. Every city has super high ambition and big lift. We need all the help we can get from our state agencies. And I don't feel I think it could be much better than what we saw last year. And so anyways, in general, that was my comment during those public meetings. And so anyways, we had a very enjoyable time meeting in person for the first time, and he hopes to do more in-person meetings as we go forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for representing the city there. Thank you. Councilmember Kendall.
Okay, so I have to follow up because it's kind of the same theme. I'm a member of this Cali group, the California Alliance of Local Electeds, and we had Attorney General Rob Bonta on last night, and explaining to him also the same thing. We would love to get along with our state agencies and and people like him a lot better and collaborate and work on real solutions to our affordable housing problem. Unfortunately, we too felt from him that there is an animosity. That was the general consensus among our members. It's like we are being looked at as, you know, as enemies and not willing to cooperate, even though we are. and so we need to change the dialogue, right? And so along with Wei Tai and Senator Glazer, let's try to change that dialogue and let us try to be partners in fixing our real problems. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone, Vice Mayor Dawson?
I just wanted to say, Councilman Geringer and I were at the East Bay, where were we at? At my Recycle Smart workshop this past week for a good 5 hours, discussing what our goals are for the next year. And we're definitely going to be looking into what the structure of our contracts will be looking like. So we will be working with the director there and staff to figure out what's the best thing going forward. But that's a good group, and I think we've obviously, you know, the rates have gone up, but we have answers to that, and then there was some information that went out to the community, so we want to make sure that the community has good information they need to understand that. And also, Marin Clean Energy also had a rate adjustment, so I got the pleasure of also sitting on those deliberations as well, and it's actually working out pretty well, and we are focusing on, of course, more deep green conversions. I also wanted to say something I'd like to pursue is working on creating a relationship with our local, not our local, but our vice president, at least our regional at PG&E, because we do have, speaking of agency issues, I know this is private, but they're a utility, and one of our priorities is utility safety. I'd like to create a letter to send to invite a meeting to have just some accommodations to where we're at with the pipeline improvements that have been going on in the city. We're not really sure about the schedule and what's actually been happening. The electrical, I know I'm following up on Mike Anderson's letter back in the day at PSPS. We want to make sure we're set up well going forward with their electric preparations, summer preparations, and also on wildfire prep. So there's a lot of different issues, as well as working on electrification and making sure they're aligning with our schedule for public works projects, let alone some of the developers and any issues they might have. So there's a lot of encompassing issues, and I just want to put that out there that I'm going to would like to make an invitation to meet and take that to another conversational level.
Vice Mayor Dawson, follow-up question on MCE. Have the rate increases over the last few months impacted the level of the deep green users in Lafayette? Has it gone down, gone up?
I don't have those numbers, but I don't think so. I think Lafayette still has some ways to go to actually encourage more deep green commitment. But no, not I found they haven't been seeing, because a lot of the rate spikes that people have been seeing is really based on gas prices. So.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Geringer.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Dawson, for highlighting the Recycle Smart. We just, and to Suzanne, who I think is hiding behind one of these Zoom boxes, but for putting out all the information on the FAQs about also the agreements around holding Republic Services, have been holding accountable, but definitely highlighting and holding a little bit more the feet to the fire about missed pickups. And so just to remind anybody who's still here or who watches this later, that you can call Republic Services, and Suzanne has put that in a number of different communications, and I don't have the number right in front of me, but you can go to the recyclesmart.org website and find the phone number, and you will get a credit if your service isn't picked up, but you do have to call to do that. And every person on the block has to call in order to get the credit. And as we go into the contract negotiations, performance on these measurables, pickups and other measurables will be taken into account on new contract negotiations. And then I think many of us, there is a new, to Councilmember Dawson's thing about meeting with PG&E, there is a new CPUC person and who has reached out to us to meet with, and I look forward to connecting with her. And I'm not going to try and say the name right now, but did want to thank them for reaching out to us as well. And I guess I have a follow-up question to Councilmember Dawson doing a letter. Does that come out of one of our committees? Does it come back to us? How does that all get envisioned when one of us wants to move forward on something like that?
That's a good question, because I know, and Mal, I'd like to understand that too, because I would like to just create that relationship, because they're, overview. So how is that something, a personal note, or can that be on letterhead? How can I do that?
Council or Vice Mayor Dawson, I had thought you had wanted to maybe bring it back such that it was a letter from the council or the mayor or the city manager, but it was directed from the council to initiate those discussions.
That makes some good sense.
And we do have the, and I'm going to, Sarah Yole, we have our governmental relations person who, I see at a lot of different events and does come. So we have that relationship, but thank you for clarifying that part of the letter.
Yeah, I think it needs to be at an elevated level, or beyond the kind of cookie cutter information that's sent out for government relations.
Any other questions or any other updates?
I was going to say, Mayor, and now about this Amsterdam trip. No, sorry, it's late.
Too late for that. All right, so we're on to item 13B, City Manager's Update. City Manager Stravatza.
Thank you. This is a slightly different update because just wanted to remind everyone that March 2023 marks the 3-year anniversary of the declaration of emergency due to the spread of a severe acute respiratory illness caused by a novel new coronavirus or COVID-19. The world changed in many ways, as did our practice of holding public meetings. We switched to virtual platforms like Zoom and continued the work of the city. In the last 3 years, the council has held 90 meetings on Zoom, and the city's commissions, committees, and task forces have held nearly 1,000 meetings on Zoom. The city council dealt with a number of challenging and important tasks during this period, all on Zoom. Housing element was adopted, the terraces project approved, a DEIB committee created, work was initiated on safety improvements around schools, town hall meetings were held on wildfire preparedness. The council dispersed over $3 million to local businesses and nonprofits to mitigate the impacts of the pandemic, and launched a Shop Local e-card program. And you did this and a lot more on Zoom. Well, that has come to an end. The state's emergency order will be lifted tomorrow, and as of March 1, Wednesday, all regular public meetings will return to being held in person. And Suzanne asked me to just share some details about that with the community. As a courtesy and technology permitting, members of the public may participate via Zoom at regular meetings of the Council, Planning Commission, Design Review Commission, and Transportation and Circulation Commission. all other task force meetings, commission meetings, and committee meetings will be held in person without a hybrid option. The city cannot guarantee teleconferencing technology will be uninterrupted with the 4 boards that I mentioned. And unless required by the Brown Act, the meeting will continue even if the members of the public are having technical difficulties. Voting members of these boards will be required to attend in person with very limited exceptions. And a change to the way we accept public comments for the 4 boards. Remote public comments via Zoom will now be audio only. It does speed up the participation of the public, and it is a more efficient way of doing so. This means members of the public wishing to address the council will be allowed to speak live. However, their video will no longer be shown and screen sharing will not be an option. So if there are materials that somebody would like to present visual aids, the individual would have to be present in person. Just wanted to let you know it is with a small twinge of sadness that I mark the end of the Zoom era, but I'm looking forward to seeing everyone in person. And that's all I have.
Okay, well, thank you very much. And all of us owe a thank you to Suzanne for all the work that she's done to get us ready. And on the other side, I'm sorry the city attorney couldn't find that loophole for us, but that's okay. All right, Councilmember Geringer, did you have a comment?
Well, a big thank you. And it is amazing that, that it's been 3 years and it was in my day job, a number of the county health officials, say that when they get together with others in the other 8 counties, that it'll be 2 to 3 weeks. And because we didn't know what we didn't know at that time. But I did have actually a question on the screen sharing will not be an option. So someone would have to come in person because I can hear someone asking this, if they emailed something ahead of time, could it be presented? So it doesn't have to be answered now, but just looking at
That's a very good question. I will check with Suzanne tomorrow and let you know.
Okay, Councilmember Kwok.
Oh, just as a point of personal privilege, since this is our last meeting, could we take a group photo together with us waving goodbye to Zoom for the last time and bring Joanne and Suzanne on the screen too? If they could all get in, I'll just push the photo button and we can be waving bye to Zoom.
Okay, I'm not ready for my close-up, but okay, no.
I guess Joanne and Suzanne are shy, but all right, we'll just wait. Just
They're coming.
wait. Just pretend like you're okay, Joanne.
We need them on. Where's Suzanne?
Come on, Suzanne.
Not missing this opportunity. No,
Yes.
no one's sadder than I am.
I know. We've got to say bye-bye. All right, wave, and then I'll push. All right, I got a couple shots there, and hopefully one of them turned out. I'll send to you all.
Thank you, Raitai.
And you'll be able to tell if any of us learned the look at the camera, don't look at everybody else on the screen.
True.
One of our first Zoom lessons.
Okay. Noop, did you have anything else? No. Okay, thank you. All right, so we're on to item 14A, the letter from Jay Lifson. I'm sure you've all read that. I assume there's no staff report. The letter speaks for itself. And probably no, well, are there any questions from council members? Is there any public comment?
If anyone in the public would like to address the city council on item 14A, please raise your hand now. Mayor, I see no hands raised.
Okay, then we have a motion to approve the request to use Lafayette Plaza on Saturday, April 8th, and adopt resolution 2023-14 authorizing certain street closures and temporary no parking zones.
I think both Vice Mayor Dawson and I were happy to move that item, but I will
Okay,
move it.
so moved by Councilmember Geringer, seconded by Vice Mayor Dawson. Is there any, excuse me, is there any discussion? If not, Councilmember Kendall,
Aye.
Councilmember Geringer,
Aye.
Councilmember Quock,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Dawson,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. So it's unanimous. We're at the end of the agenda. I'm now going to turn over to Councilmember Kendall for adjournment.
Thank you. Yes, I want to have a statement real quickly. The council adjourns this evening in memory of and in honor of Colin Porciuncula. Colin passed away on February 20th at the age of 20 after his battle with an aggressive form of cancer. He grew up in Lafayette and graduated from Okalani's in 2021. He joined Scout Troop 224 in 2013, becoming an Eagle Scout in 2019, and receiving one of the highest honors awarded to any Scout, the National Medal for Outdoor Achievement. The council and city staff send their condolences to his family. So thank you.
Thank you for sharing.
Good night.
Right.
Good night.
Good night.